Good morning, LA. What a day it is, and boy, do we got a lot to talk about today. It is D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And those of you that are joining us live on YouTube and see our handsome faces, you'll see that's not Derek Fisher next to Cody. No. But it is someone equally as handsome, someone equally as talented, and someone equally as awesome, the one and only Ben Stevens joining the show for the next 4 hours of your drive time commute. What's up, Ben?
Cody Decker thinks I'm as handsome as Derek Fisher. We will take that as a win. It is 6:04 a.m. on a Tuesday, and my day has already been made. So, Cody, I appreciate it. Happy to be filling in for D. Fish on this Tuesday. Happy to be next to you. Let's have a good show.
Let's try, at least give it the old college try, because we got a lot to cover today. Baseball heavy show. I could not be more excited about a baseball heavy show. We got Home Run Derby today. We got to talk and break down the upcoming All-Star game, and it's going to be a hell of an All-Star game if last night was any indication of what we're getting. And yeah, you're getting a lot of positive MLB All-Star Home Run Derby talk today. Because, dude, it was awesome. Looking forward to getting into that. In the 7 o'clock hour, Russell Dorsey, one of the very best baseball insiders in Major League Baseball today, will be joining us live right here on D. Fish and Decker. And in 9 o'clock hour, the legendary, the one, the only, former All-Star, Home Run Derby X, Yankee legend, to also preview the Dodgers versus the Yankees later in the week, the one and only Nick Swisher will be joining us live right here on D. Fish and Decker. So plenty to talk about, not to mention some football getting in there today, which, man, I am so fired up to finally talk some football. Like full like transparency to those of you that are listening right now. This is what we call the dead period of sports.
Yes.
The July, August is like everyone's just sitting around because it's the dog days of August in baseball after the All-Star game. Yeah, we're all after the All-Star game. We're going to be so focused in on that trade deadline. And then it's just straight up football. I am so excited to finally get back to football. Because listen, I know we always say football is king, but it is king.
It is always king.
It is.
We are very close, Cody Decker, to training camp report dates. We are very close to guys pulling up in a parking lot with a duffel bag where they will be staying maybe for the next few weeks.
And maybe a guy who like tries to use a key and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I love that.
We love that. The key card, whatever it is, but we are very close. Very, very close to football. You can start to feel it a little bit. It's one of those things that I have noticed throughout the years. 4th of July comes and goes. And then it's like, oh, summer seems like it's winding down ever so slightly. We don't want summer to go quickly. But that also means that football is around the corner, and you can start to feel the football in the blood. I've been watching Friday Night Lights. I've seen bits and pieces, of course, of the legendary TV series, but I've never fully watched it, season 1, episode 1, all the way through. I'm deep into season 1 right now. I've got that football fever. I'm feeling something. It's a very good time.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, I appreciate the series. I prefer the movie simply because far less time that I need to actually dedicate to such things. That being said, I mean, Friday Night Lights gave us nothing but classic actors that are truly taking over the Hollywood sphere. Man. But dude, last night, ladies and gentlemen, he has arrived. Jordan Walker has arrived. The first ever St. Louis. By the way, this actually surprised me.
Crazy.
I was blown away to find out he's the first ever St. Louis Cardinal to win the Home Run Derby, because in my brain, I just thought Albert Pujols won 12.
For sure.
No Home Run Derbies won by Albert Pujols. Had no idea.
I could not believe that stat as well. The Home Run Derby started in 1985. The St. Louis Cardinals, one of the storied franchises in the sport of Major League Baseball. In Jordan Walker, the first ever Redbird to win the Home Run Derby. How about that?
How about that? And also on top of that, you knew it was on. You knew. One, this guy walked in and he was zen. The face, nothing, just emotionless, and just was ready to get going. But ladies and gentlemen, it was the backwards hat. He walked in there like Ken Griffey Jr. in 1994 at Camden Yards, and all of you that are Home Run Derby fans, you know what I'm talking about. The man that made baseball cool was Ken Griffey Jr. at Camden Yards. Period. Stop. I feel like that's what introduced the world to the backwards cap.
For sure. Ken Griffey Jr., one of the only guys, I believe, to win 3 Home Run Derbies. Jordan Walker, only 22 years old. And if he's the first Redbird to win it, Cody, that's a lot of home run derbies that Jordan Walker could compete in for the remainder of his Major League Baseball career. Having a career year, could he be Ken Griffey Jr., when it comes to home run derbies. Let me ask you, as a man that has taken many BP hacks, has taken many BP swings, Jordan Walker, not just the backwards hat last night, but large chains to put that confidence out there in front of the Philly crowd that he would have to contest against, of course, as he takes down Kyle Schwarber in that final. Have you ever swung a baseball bat with that much metal, with that much jewelry on your neck?
Buddy, I'm Jewish. I don't got that kind of swag. What kind of swag you think I got?
No Star of David, huge
Oh, no,
chain
I
there?
do have
Okay.
no, slow down.
Okay.
I do have a very good Star of David that can sit very perfectly in my bed of chest hair, as you all expect me to be like if I'm on a beach in Miami. That being said, no, I can't rock the multi-chain deal that he was rocking. He looked good. But here's one complaint, because I did text Peyton this last night. Did anybody else notice the influx of full goatees last night? Jordan Walker rocking the goatee, Jack Caglione rocking a goatee. Like, is the goatee coming back? Because I say no, I don't want it.
Could you do it?
Could I?
I feel like you'd have a nice goatee.
Look at this beard. I shaved this morning, and I have a nice goatee. I used to have a goatee back when goatees were the thing. That was 2006.
Nick Swisher kind of a goat-y guy, right?
Yeah, but that was 2006. It was a different time, my guy.
I agree, but maybe they're making a comeback. First off, Jack Caglione kind of looks like he's just discovering that he can grow facial hair and is maybe experimenting with some
It's a bit of a swashbuckler, I've noticed. It's like it's not completely connected. It's like the Orlando Bloom, specifically in Pirates of the Caribbean one. Yes.
Yeah. No, I see that.
Very classic. Yeah. But Jordan Walker wins this thing in epic fashion. I do mean epic fashion. And here is a little bit of Jordan Walker and that final sound of that last home run.
6 for Jordan Walker. 3 swings left.
It's rocking.
Again, the number to beat. Kyle Schwarber's final round total was 11. There's another, number 7 for Jordan Walker. He has been impressive tonight,
and
man.
He can still tie it. Come on. Families believe it. Into one swing at a time, Jordan. That should do it. Get out.
Number 8 for Jordan Walker
Those
tonight.
Philly fans are brutal.
So we've seen one magenta home run from Schwarber there. And now we're asking Jordan to hit us 3 to send it to a tiebreaker.
What may or may not be the final swing of the bat tonight.
At least get it to 10 for us. Come on. Jordan Walker has put on an absolute show, regardless of this last ball. To make it to the finals, he has shown the talent.
There we go.
That's 1.
Number 9 for Jordan Walker.
Just silencing that Philly crowd.
A George Hendrick cool about him that is so impressive.
Dude, it was electric.
Closer still with number 10. Wow. 1 more to tie, 2 to win it. Here
Listen to the crowd.
We are tied.
Ice in his veins.
Jordan Walker can upend the whole thing as one of the longest shots on the board with a home run right here. A homer wins it, a non-homer, and we're going to a swing-off.
Wow.
Is that enough? Is that enough? Jordan Walker wins it!
Come on, baby! Come on!
That, ladies and gentlemen, is what $1 million in the bank sounds like, because that, of course, was the prize money that was going out to the winner. Electric. Coming up to the magenta ball. Okay, just full transparency, those of you who don't understand what the magenta ball is. If you guys follow me on Instagram, check me out at Anti-Hero Baseball right now, because last night I decided to post this. I've mentioned on this show a few times, Ben, that a few years ago when the Home Run Derby was here in Los Angeles, Major League Baseball had me go to Dodger Stadium multiple times. They needed me to test out the Home Run Derby thing because, I think it was going to be on ESPN. They had to get their cameras all situated, and they were also figuring out the new radar system that they were using because at times, because of the timed round of the old Home Run Derby, there was going to be like 3 to 4 balls in the air at one given time, so they needed to test it. And then they brought out the magenta ball. That magenta ball is a half pink, half white baseball. And here's the thing. You noticed it last night. No one could hit it. You can't see it. You legitimately cannot see this ball. So when I say Jordan Walker hitting 4 straight magenta ball home runs, there wasn't a single magenta ball home run hit until Kyle Schwarber just before this.
Yep.
So, like, it got all the way to the final before we saw a magenta ball hit out, and then Jordan Walker went off on it. I probably took 10 swings. I remember my first swing with the magenta ball, and it's on video. I did homer, and I couldn't believe I homered because it was thrown, and I yelled out loud in the video, and you hear me very clearly, "Oh my God, that's so weird to see!" And
as you're swinging,
as
or
I'm
after?
swinging,
Okay,
screaming,
wow,
"Oh my
yeah.
God, I can't see that!" And then I actually accidentally hit a home run, and I turn around, I'm like, I swear to God, I did not see that ball. Impossible to see. And so that you saw everybody struggle with that magenta ball last night, but didn't stop Jordan Walker with an awesome performance. But Ben, I got to ask you this. Here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. My guy, what do you think of the new old school rules? Because I'm just going to blanketly say, love them. Love.
I was a big fan of the clock when the clock was instituted in 2017. It felt like it sped up the home run derby. But then I thought we started to see some of that being used against the batters in the last few years. Like you mentioned, 3 or 4 balls in the air at the same time, not necessarily waiting for it to land or go into the bleachers, like was the institution of the rule. So I kind of like the idea of not having any clock anymore, although it kind of takes away some of the pressure or the intensity of trying to beat the clock, just having the swings. My concern was what I thought we saw early in the opening round, the guys kind of taking their pitches, waiting to see one groove over the middle of the plate. It felt a little bit slow, but by the time we got to the semis, and especially in the final, when you have that direct head-to-head competition, the electricity was there.
Yeah.
And it was awesome that both Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, of course, Schwarbaum getting to the final, Major League Baseball's home run leader, in front of the home crowd in Philadelphia. But because you have those two Phils, you also have the heels on the other side. So for somebody like Jordan Walker to go up there and literally hit a walk-off home run in a home run derby, I thought it delivered. I thought the new rules were great. I do not think it felt boring for the entirety of it. And it only took about 2.5 hours because when it started, I was like,
it was a little slow at first. I will admit.
We're on the West Coast. If this goes until 8:15, 8:30, that's fine by me. But all of our East Coast viewers, how are they going to feel about it? It was over by about 7:30 p.m. Pacific. So I thought, okay, it flew through. The fluidity, especially in the semis and the final, was fantastic. And I still thought we had that electricity and drama as exemplified by Jordan Walker.
He really was. And also on top of that, I thought the performances by everybody, all the way down to the very lowest guy, Ben Rice, who hit 7 home runs. I was expecting 7 home runs to be kind of the average that we're going to get with this 20 swing rounds. No, Ben Rice with 7, Bryce Harper with 8, just barely missing the end.
Yeah.
Jack Caglione with 8. My pick, Minnetonka Murakami. He was my pick. Tough round. He had 9. He finished 5th. He was just Peyton, you're on a timeout.
His
how dare
first derby?
How dare he's
stateside?
Fresh off the IL. Dude.
I will give him a little bit of slack, though, because he was one of the only guys that actually hit one opposite field.
That was actually pretty sweet. And by the way, what a bold move.
Yeah. Just show off the skill. Show off the acumen.
Just letting you know I got it in the tank.
Yeah.
Just in case you guys were wondering.
Yep.
The farthest home run by Junior Caminero, by the way. He got, of course, to the next round, 491 feet. Now, I picked Murakami to win this thing. Didn't work out. I picked Jordan Walker to hit the farthest home run. He topped out at 467. But Junior Caminero was so funny. He hit the farthest of the night. And I remember I audibly gasped and said out loud, like, oh my God. But the broadcast barely paid attention to it, and I'll tell you why. They didn't realize what he just did. He went upper deck in left center field. Center field.
Yeah.
I saw where that landed going like, that's like 520 feet. And they didn't mention it until like 4 balls later. By the way, that ball about 2 minutes ago went 491 feet. I'm like, yeah, I know. What were you watching? But here's what I loved about this derby. Like, truly loved. And this is what I loved about the derbies growing up as a kid. It's that sound effect. It's hitting the ball. Ooh,
Yeah.
It brought back like the majestic nature of the home run again. And that is something that the time version, though I liked it at first, really kind of got lost real fast for me.
I thought the time version with the clock became harder and harder to follow. And you weren't celebrating and appreciating the long drives because you had to quickly get back to what was happening between pitcher and batter at the dish. I thought, and as you heard in the sound of Jordan Walker and his run, a home run on his final 6 swings, including his last 4, that he had to literally beat Kyle Schwarber, you heard the crack each and every time.
It was drama.
I almost think, Cody, it was better that Peyton played the sound. And if the only critique I would have of the Netflix broadcast with their 47 cameras last night at Citizens Bank Park was that we were doing too much camera cutting.
Too much.
A little bit too much baseball noir in a way where we were showing interesting different angles. Like on that 12th home run walk-off for Jordan Walker in the final, we had a weird low angle close-up that you didn't even really see the swing or the connection with the ball. You heard the crack, but you didn't really see the athleticism, the power that Jordan Walker was putting on full display. That was my only issue, and something they really haven't figured out. Clocked, swings, out, doesn't matter. Just pitcher, batter, zoom, follow the high fly ball, and then go back to it.
Well, I'm going to say something a little surprising right out the gate.
Yeah.
I would like to start by giving kudos and credit to Netflix.
Fair.
But this is a low bar, though. This is not too high of a praise. Their opening day coverage was so bad that I had little to no faith that this would be watchable.
Yeah.
It was not only watchable, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
My biggest complaints of everything, though, was Netflix itself. Let's go through my complaints real quick. 1, every 3 minutes having to spend a 3.5-minute 1 of 8 commercial stream of the upcoming Netflix films, TV shows, and whatever.
Do you like that? Because that was something I noticed in the
it.
live Netflix broadcast, that they told you how many ads you had remaining, which if you have any subscription and you don't pay for the premiere and you have those ads, it's kind of nice. But then during the broadcast, I was like, oh, last one was 4. Now we've got 7 ads. I really have some time here.
And I will tell you, seeing that 3-minute countdown feels like 15 minutes.
Very long.
I actually would like that to go away.
Fair.
Don't tell me how many. Just force me to sit through it or something.
As sports fans, I think you get good at using the remote and understanding, just having an overall clock in your head of how long a commercial break is.
But
so I think we kind of figured that out.
But Netflix is holding you hostage because you can't click out of Netflix. You come back, you're going right back to the commercials.
Yep,
so they got you. They got you. The other one that dude. Listen, we both work in sports media. The sports media landscape is a very unique place.
Yes.
There's a lot of people who are having a lot of trouble getting jobs in the sports media landscape. I firmly believe everyone that was on that broadcast has every right to be there in every single semblance. No question about it. They're all professionals. But it's very weird to me watching CC Sabathia, a Hall of Famer, doing sideline reporting, asking questions to an 18-year-old kid, but not asking questions as if he's CC Sabathia, being cool, just normal CC.
Right.
He's doing this as if he is Ken Rosenthal.
Yeah.
So what do you think, CC? And he answers the question. And I'm not like, what are we? That's CC Sabathia. Hand the microphone to Jack Caglione and have him interview CC.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in that.
And CeCe's been doing a lot of stuff with NBC on their Sunday Night Baseball, the Inside the Pitch, where he's breaking things down from that perspective, where I think he is great, but completely agree. There's a lot of former athletes that I think networks put into bad positions for themselves and then for the viewer in the overall product. It should be CC Sabathia chopping it up with everybody because in a very relaxed atmosphere of the Home Run Derby, just let CC go. He has a podcast. He knows what it's like to just hang out with
He's
the
a personable guy.
Very.
He's cooler than hell.
Yeah.
I'm a CC Sabathia fan.
Big time.
But seeing CC in buttoned up suit and tie during the Home Run Derby, just back to you, Bob. I'm like, what? What is going on? That's not what you use CC Sabathia for, my guy. I'll tell you another thing that bothered the living hell out of me. Netflix, stop interviewing players mid-derby. I'm trying to watch home runs. I appreciate asking, so what do you think of the Derby? I don't care what they think of the Derby while it's happening. Ask them in between. There's more than enough time in between hitters. What are we doing? And this is just a small thing.
Yeah.
I know Chris Berman is not going to Netflix, but can we just get the sound of back or somebody do it? Because I really missed hearing back.
It should be trademarked as a Major League Baseball home run derby thing, not a Chris Berman and ESPN thing. It should be given to Major League Baseball like you donate things to the Smithsonian.
It's like round ball
cultural
rock.
Impact. Yes, 100%. And I would appreciate hearing that a little bit. If Matt Verskesian tries to do that, that's going to be tough because you cannot copy what Boomer does. And I thought he was great last night. There were some times, though, the three analysts alongside Matt Verskesian, it got confusing. They're just yelling every time you hit a home run. And it's like, okay, well, let's give the crowd, because they were awesome in Philadelphia, both in supporting Schwarber and Harper and hating everybody else. Also, that was hilarious that you had Luke Wilson, Will Ferrell, and Jimmy Tatro doing the introductions because they're promoting their new Netflix thing.
Yeah, they were.
I thought some of the comedic bits fell a little bit flat. Every time they introduced somebody not named Schwarber or Harper, they just got booed relentlessly. And it was great. Like, they don't really hate Jordan Walker. They don't probably have many thoughts on Jack Caglione. Wilson Contreras, who gave it back to them a little bit, and then became public enemy number one.
He's coming out
which I appreciate. You need heels.
Dude, that was CM Punk in like his straight edge society era type of heel heat.
Which I really enjoyed, and that became a storyline and a theme throughout the entirety of the competition. Like when Wilson Contreras' pitcher kind of balked him off the plate a little bit, threw him back a little bit.
The cheers.
Like through the roof. First off, to have a pitcher throw you off the dish in home run derby competition and then have that opposing fan base who is cheering for their guy who you're directly competing against and cheer as you are brushed off the plate. That was some great theater.
By the way, I mentioned this yesterday because I've been in a couple of home run derbies, specifically in AAA. Obviously, it was never a Major League All-Star. But in AAA, I was in the AAA home run derby twice. And my pitcher hit me 3 times. Hit me 3 times.
Who was your pitcher? Who'd you give the nod?
What's funny enough, when you're in AAA, you can't fly in your dad,
your personal
to throw out.
Coach,
no, you get what you have in front of you. And I had a opposing manager from another team in the league throw to me, hit me 3 times.
Wow!
And then I played for that manager the next year.
Wow!
I told him all the time he was the worst manager I ever had.
And I hope you got him back in some form or fashion.
Yeah, they traded me. Anyways, guys, lots to talk about today. We got ourselves All-Star Game coverage. Later on the show, Russ Dorsey, Major League Baseball insider, joining us live right here on D. Fish and Decker. And, of course, in the 9 o'clock hour, the one and only Nick Swisher joins us live right here. But coming up, Max Crosby. As a diehard Raider fan, I got to say, I love almost everything Max Crosby does. I don't care what it is. Tattoos, saying anything, and talking all that trash. And you know what? That man seems to have some ideas on what the most toxic fan base in the NFL is, and it is not any of the teams you thought it was. Which has got us thinking, who are the most toxic fan bases in the NFL? Find out right here with Ben Stevens, of course, sitting in with D-Fish. It's D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. Sports. Of course, Ben Stevens in for Derek Fisher. He will be back tomorrow morning bright and early here at 6 a.m. And, of course, we are live for the next 4 hours during your drive time commute. And we want to hear from you. Get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. And, of course, we want to hear from you all show long, 855-97-LA-FAN. What were your guys' thoughts on last night's home run derby? What do you think about tonight's All-Star game? And, of course, has Jordan Walker officially arrived? Backwards hat like he's Lincoln Hawk and over the top. That's all it takes, man, to win a home run derby. Griffey gave the blueprint.
For sure.
Speaking of blueprints, man, my guy, Max Crosby. You want a blueprint on how to put together a defense, you get your hands on Max Crosby. At least that's what a lot of teams have been trying to do. But Max Crosby remaining a Raider as the time currently stands.
Yep.
And I freely admit I hope that continues. Especially because as a Raider fan, he's like such a stereotypical, clear as day, born and bred Raider. Everything about him screams Raider. Like he is, like when I think of the Raiders, I think of now two faces. I certainly don't think of winning. I no longer think of Al Davis. And again, I am a die-hard Raider fan.
Fair.
I'm not kidding you. When I think of the tradition of excellence that the Raiders have, I know this isn't fair, but the only two faces that pop in my head are Max Crosby and, wait for it, Sebastian Janikowski. The two best Raiders of the past 20-plus years, notwithstanding Rich Gannon, of course, who was an absolute monster.
Right.
I love Max Crosby. I love how he handles himself. I love how he treats quarterbacks and other teams.
For sure.
You know what I also love? How other opposing fans treat him, which led to a very unique thing that happened in his home. He had a Twitch or Kick streamer, whatever those stream sites are called, named Neon over to his house, and he gave a very, very unique perspective. He was talking about toxic fan bases, and there's a lot of toxic fan bases in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'd make the argument, Ben, that they're all toxic fan bases.
Absolutely so.
So what do you think Max Crosby thinks is the most toxic fan base that exists?
We're saying AFC West, right? He plays against the Chiefs. He has not been able really to make a lot. Well, actually, the Raiders have been pretty good against Patrick Mahomes and KC for what it's worth.
In fact, it's the only team they've been good against.
In Arrowhead, listen, I even grew up as a Chiefs fan, not necessarily as much anymore. When I was growing up here in LA, there was no team in Los Angeles. I loved Priest Holmes when I was 6 years old, so I became a Chiefs fan. I even, as a Chiefs fan, went to Arrowhead once, and the fan sitting in front of me, because I was wearing a jacket on a cold, late October day, questioned who I was a fan of, despite cheering behind him for 3 quarters anytime the Chiefs did something, and I revealed my Jamal Charles jersey underneath. I say that because KC fans, despite it being in the Midwest, often are known as being a little bit angry at that opposing fan base, at that opposing team. So I think Max Crosby probably said it's the Kansas City Chiefs.
Very, very good, well thought out answer.
Right.
Here's what Max Crosby had to say.
I think the Chargers, low-key. Chargers do, because they got a smaller fan base. They started in San Diego, so it's more, they're not really a LA team. They're not from LA.
Yeah.
So their fans feel like they need to be louder because they don't have don't have numbers like us. So they're real toxic. And I respect it, though, because, if it pisses me off, that means they're probably doing a pretty good job of talking. And they don't stop.
Unique choice. I would like to correct one thing on Max Crosby, because he is right. It's not an LA team. They are in LA, the Chargers, but do you know many Charger fans? I know like 8.
From when they were in San Diego, yeah.
I know way more San Diego Chargers fans, but I also know those fans have abandoned their fandom of the Chargers because of the Spanos and the Spanos of it all.
Yes.
Interesting choice. Because there's less of them, they have to be louder and more toxic. I never would have thought that to be the case.
No.
Mainly because even as a Raider fan,
Yeah.
I look down on Charger fans. Not that they're beneath me, but I feel bad for you.
I am so surprised by Max Crosby's answer because of who Max Crosby is, because he is a guy that seems to love confrontation and would probably love to get into it with a rival fan base if he could. So my question for Max Crosby would be, when you are playing in SoFi Stadium, when it's probably 85%, and that might be not enough, Raiders fans, are you walking into your tunnel and that's where a couple of Chargers fans are sitting and they are the ones that are yelling at you when you are walking into the tunnel? So you're like, ooh, those 4 guys really hate me every time I head back to the locker room. So that's why the Chargers are the most toxic fan base. You said it, right? 32 NFL organizations. I think as a fan of one team, you could probably point to 31 other teams and say, toxic, hate them, they're dumb, whatever. And I think that most fans, though, if you were to take out that neutral observer, would say, okay, maybe 30 of 31, because I'm not so sure the Chargers really have any toxicity in that fan base.
I'm legitimately blown away.
If there's a fan base to begin with.
Poor Charger fans. They're just catching strays left and right. And by the way, again, I hate the Chargers. Make no mistake. But I'm like looking at this team like they're not worth. I know what they are every January. They're not worth going after it. It's just not. That being said, it did make us think, what are the actual most toxic fan bases in the NFL? So let's go ahead and make our little top 5 of this. Let's do this right out the gate. Number 5, Ben Stevens. Who is the most toxic fan base? Number 5.
We're going from number 5 all the way through number 1. I'm going to say that number 5 is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Fascinating.
Because I don't think they are toxic necessarily, but you will hear this. And again, I lived in Omaha for 2 years. It's 2 hours away from KC. Many fans in Omaha, Nebraska are that of Chiefs Kingdom, are that of Chiefs fandom. And when I was getting ready to go to that first game in Arrowhead, I was told by many, because in Omaha you have all the other Midwestern cities, a lot of Bears fans everywhere, Packers fans, could be regardless of what team. And a lot of those opposing fans said, yeah, when you get a chance to go to Arrowhead, it's one of the great stadiums in the sport, and you're a fan of the other team, and they're playing the Chiefs, just be wary. And I was like, oh, I'm a Chiefs fan. They're like, just be wary. They might be a little bit mean, which I think is contradictory. So I would say a little bit of toxicity for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's why they check in on number 5.
You know, Ben, I think we're going to be very good friends, because it seems like you and I are very, very self-loathing fans a little bit. Because number 5 for me is the Las Vegas Raiders. I am a diehard Raider fan, but let's be real clear. I know what the black hole is. I know that the 15 freeway right now on Sunday is basically the Fury Road from Mad Max movies at this point. Just a bunch of skull-covered guys with spikes coming out of their shoulders. I'm aware of what Raider Nation and their fan base is, because I'm a part of it. Very, very toxic, very... You know what? It's funny. Give them credit. Not as delusional as it once was. So good job.
Correct.
Good job, us Raider fans, that we know how bad we are. Number 4, Mr. Ben Stevens.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It is the black hole of the Las Vegas Raiders. However, I would say the reason they're not in the top 3 is because I think toxicity can be to the opposing team, to opposing fans, especially online and whatever discourse that is. And that's why I think the Raiders are here. But I think toxicity can also be failing on expectation or having unrealistic expectation for what your NFL team can produce. And I think Raiders fans have started to walk back from that ever so slightly in the last 5, 6, 7 years. Now, those expectations with Fernando Mendoza and a new head coach in Clint Kubiak in the second year under John Spytek, and all that the Raiders perceived are doing well this offseason, I think could start to change. But I'll go with the Las Vegas Raiders at number 4. My best friend growing up, mom, diehard Raiders fans from the day they were here in Los Angeles. So through her on Twitter, she actually has a pretty good following in that Raiders fan base. I see a lot of the discourse for the Raiders, so I would say it's a little bit toxic. They check in at number 4.
855-97 LA fan. What do you guys think is the most toxic football fan base? Number 4 for me. Whew, baby, you talk about delusions, absolute delusions. You lived in New York. I lived in New York. New York Football Jets. Very much. You're lucky I'm only putting you at 4. This is the most insane grouping of fans in the world, and I honestly feel horrible for them. But you know why? Because Jet fans and Met fans are basically the same thing, and that's a choice.
Listen, so living in New York for 8 years and being friends with many Jets and even Giants fans, I think naturally you would put the New York fan base, the greater New Jersey area, in any top 5 of what would be the most toxic fan bases. But because the Jets are so bad, and the Giants a little bit less bad, at least in the last decade and a half or so, but because the Jets are so bad, that's why they remained outside of my top 5, because I feel it has become a little bit of loathing and hatred of their own team. So the toxicity to others, even within their own fan base, has kind of quieted down for me.
Well, we got to get through these next ones quick. So number 3, The New England Patriots for me, man.
They were number 2 for me.
Oh, look at that, Patriots. You know what it is? The phrase massholes was created
For
because
yes.
of these fans.
Yes.
You know what? We used to love you. Used to be the lovable losers. And then 2001 happened.
Yeah.
And then everything else happened. And now the Mike Vrabel of it all has happened.
Yeah.
Yep. Patriots.
For Patriots are number 2 for me. And I had the Cowboys at number 3. The Patriots.
I have the Cowboys at 2.
And there's a clear 1, by the way. So it's almost more interesting.
Should we say it together?
1, 2, 3. Philadelphia
Eagles. No question about it.
There you go.
Philadelphia Eagles at the top of the.
Not even a contest.
It's honestly they should be 1. It should just be 1 through 5.
Yeah.
Eagles. And then we can get to the rest of the list.
And I don't think Philly fans would be offended by that. They would be like, "Yep, thank you.
We're proud of that.
We are."
Here's the reason. Like there is an actual reason. There's only one team in the history of the NFL who was mandated to put a sitting and active judge at the actual stadium.
Wow.
There was a judge underneath the Vet Stadium during the game, and they would prosecute people live on Sundays during the game for being too drunk and disorderly at the Vet in Philadelphia.
And there you go.
That is the only place in America that has ever happened.
History lesson with Cody Decker. I did not know that. You
You're
learn
welcome.
something new every day. But
That's
by
right.
far, it's the Philadelphia Eagles. And again, they would take pride in being branded as the number 1 most toxic fan base in the world. As exemplified, I think, in the last 24 hours.
Oh, home run derby, baby.
We saw it right there. We saw what they do in an atmosphere. And from the NFL perspective, Jalen Hurts, number 17 on the exec list around the NFL of best quarterbacks. These guys hate Jalen Hurts
So
when he
much.
sucks and when he's on the field, but then you put him at 17 and they're ready to burn down the entirety of the National Football League. So it's that toxicity back and forth each way that leads to the Eagles at number 1.
Yep, number 1, the Eagles' most toxic. Sorry, Max Crosby, we happen to disagree with you.
It's not the charge.
But ladies and gentlemen, we got plenty more to do today. Of course, at the 7 o'clock hour, we have Russ Dorsey joining the show, Baseball Insider. Later on in the show, of course, Nick Swisher joins the show. But coming up, Mick Cronin, you got nothing to say now. You talked about not having enough NIL money. Well, you spent it all on this kid, so it better be worth it. We're going to talk about some UCLA hoops and the NIL of it all. Right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And yes, Ben Stevens in for Derek Fisher today. We're talking all things home run derby. We just talked toxic fan bases in the NFL. And yeah, we were pretty much in agreement all the way through, more or less in lockstep, just jockeying for position.
I think all 32 NFL fan bases, including the Eagles, that we deem the number one most toxic fan base in the NFL, would say it's the Philadelphia Eagles.
No question about it. And they would say it with pride.
With pride. And by the way, we didn't spend enough time talking about how much I hate the Patriots. They were number 2 on my list.
They were number 3 on mine.
Because, again, like the Brady era, the dynasty, Belichick, all of that stuff, when you are that good, when you win that much, you become the most hated figures in whatever sport you are. And so I've hated them forever. I went to school on the East Coast. So many massholes were my friends, if you want to call them that. So elitist in how they discuss their team. It's like the we're not winning the Super Bowl. Just shut the F up.
Please.
And now, after a few years of being down in the dumps, it was like, you know what, we don't care about the Patriots anymore. And then Vrabel happened, and then 2025 happened, and the same feelings of elitist entitlement are back. And yeah, I do not love the Patriots.
It was 0 to 100 immediately. And by the way, Cowboys being number 2 on my list, that is just because of your absolute delusion.
For sure.
Like, I'll never get over that. And that, of course, Jared. You said I used to always do an impression of Jerry Jones specifically.
Good, by the way.
Oh no, I do a Dynamite one, specifically him on Landman, because I like to do this impression of Jerry Jones, specifically that he's talking to dying what was his name, John Hamm.
Yeah,
and I referred to him because I would assume that Jerry Jones didn't actually read a script, so I think he thinks he's in a superhero show and he's talking to Landman. So I always saw it that way, that he's just like, listen, Landman, I own a team with my sons called the Dallas Cowboys, and I bought this team to do this with my kids, Landman. And that's how
that's a really
more
good
or less.
Jerry Jones.
Thank you. That's
what
why Jerry Jones.
superpower does Landman have? It just makes things land?
Well, he died right then and there, so
not a great
being
superhero.
in the land, apparently.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, Landman. Well, guys, we got to talk about my alma mater, UCLA. Here's the deal. UCLA basketball has not exactly been a thing for a very, very long time. Of course, let me rephrase that. UCLA men's basketball has not been a thing for a very, very, very long time.
Yep.
Shout out to you, national champion women's team. But man, the men's team has not basically gotten past the Sweet 16 in a while. Mick Cronin has kind of been riding the wave of him getting to the Final Four one time, which I believe was 5 years ago.
Yep.
I have not loved the Mick Cronin era.
Okay.
I just haven't. And that's because this is something UCLA does in a lot of sports. They do it in football, big time. I'd say in football, they're the biggest culprits of this. It's over. The dominance of us is over. We're turning it around. I remember when they did it with the signing of Rick Neuheisel. I remember when it happened with the signing of Chip Kelly. It's just one thing after another. It's like Sideshow Bob stepping on a rake.
Yeah.
Over and over and over, and that rake just comes and whips you right in the face every single time.
Fair.
Basketball has been a very similar thing, and it's been a little bit frustrating. And Mick Cronin, after getting bounced in this last year's Sweet 16, going off about, well, we can't get... God, I hate hearing this phrase. I just do. And I understand what you're saying, but hearing about you can't compete with other people's money, it's starting to sound a lot like people complaining about the Dodgers. This is UCL goddamn A in Bel Air.
Yeah.
Find the money. Are you kidding me?
There is money.
There's money.
There's always money in the banana stand.
I know there is money in that banana stand. I went to that banana stand. What do you got, Peyton?
Well, you can't. How about Kelvin Sampson at Houston, who complains about his money every year, and he takes his team to the Final Four every year?
Interesting, isn't it? And is Houston, curious if everybody in the room, is Houston basketball have the cachet of, I don't know, UCLA basketball?
Not quite.
Remember when we were a blue blood?
I do.
I don't.
Oh.
Anymore. It's been a while.
You don't remember the John Wooden days?
Well, I am 39, so no.
Although the Ben Howland days, though, were pretty sick.
Actually, they were pretty sick.
Aaron Aflalo, one of my all-time favorites.
Dude, Aaron Aflalo. That was my years. So I was there for the Aflalo years, the Josh Shipp years, the Jordan Farmar years.
Played basketball growing up with Jordan Farmar's sister.
His dad was one of my high school baseball coaches, Damon Farmar.
Look at us.
We've come full circle, ladies and gentlemen. Santa Monica High School, 2005. Anyways, Mick Cronin's got nothing to say now. He was talking about, and yes, UCLA's money was, say, about $5 million less than, and I will give an example, St. John's. St. John's was right around the $11.5 million, $12 million mark. UCLA hanging around, correct me if I'm wrong, $7-8 million mark?
The reported amount, yes, for what their NIL roster was worth in 2025-26.
Well, what do you do when you find a nice European kid who's 17 years old and you're like, hey, what do you think about $12 million over the next 2 years?
Yeah.
Is that something to complain about your NIL situation then?
So it's very funny because after the round of 32 exit against UConn, it was Mick Cronin saying, what could you do to fix this for next year? And he said, I'm not entirely sure. My season just ended. We just got beat by Connecticut. But $5 million or so would help. So if they were evaluated around $7 to $8 million for last year's roster, and they're spending this money, and we'll debate how you pronounce his last name, on Nikola Kusturica or Nikola Kusturich, the 17-year-old
I've heard
Serbian.
it both ways.
Well, and we will make this determination.
Kusturica.
Kusturica. I've heard both on the FIBA telecast to describe the sensational.
That's not fair.
It's tough.
You can't do that.
But on the fan, if you say Kusturica and I say Kusturica, then we have technically pronounced it right as a station.
Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to say Kusturica for now.
Yeah.
Eventually, I'm shorting this to Kusta. That's what's going to happen, and we're all going to move on. The same way that I'm doing with Mamu. I'm not even going to try. Not even going to bother.
Mamu Kelashvili?
No.
All right.
It's Mamu. That's all you're getting
Fair
out of me. You're lucky you're getting that.
Hey, listen, he is Mamu among many. But to that point, on Nikola Kusturica or Kusturica, however you pronounce it, or just Kusta, if we want to go that way, as you said.
$12 million.
$12 million over 2 years, $6 million per season. He cannot leave. This is not like, oh, he has a 2-year deal, but he could declare for the NBA draft. He is only 17 years old, so he cannot declare for the NBA draft for 2 seasons. Has to play 2 seasons of college basketball. That $5 million extra that Mick Cronin wanted for 2026-27 has all seemingly been invested in one guy.
Yes. So my question is simply this. What is Mick Cronin going to complain about this year if we're bumped out of the Elite Eight? Because you can't complain about the money.
No.
You can't complain about the money. That's been your one complaint.
Yeah.
And he's been loud. He hasn't just said it in one place. He's been on Coward saying it. He's been over on TV post game. They get knocked out. He said it within like 5 seconds in the press conference.
Yeah.
So
very quickly. Yeah.
Buddy, you're giving $6 million to this one kid. This kid better be the truth.
And they believe that he is. They believe that Kusturica, whatever we want to say, they believe that he is the missing ingredient to what should be a really good UCLA team.
I hope so.
And I mean top 15 needs to be that good throughout the entirety of this year. The Big Ten is going to be stacked once again in 2026-27. I think UCLA needs to finish top 5 in the conference, probably earn one of those triple buys to the conference tournament, and they need to be a seed along the top 4 seed lines, I would say, come the NCAA tournament. They have a lot of returning talent. They added the transfer from Texas Tech and Jalen Petty, who is going to be a great guard in the backcourt alongside Trent Perry. And now you get your guy, Nikola Kusturica, who I think is going to be that wing extended that they need him to be.
Oh, dude. Listen, if he is, I'm excited.
And the money was worth it.
We'll find out if the money was worth it because I don't know. Here's the thing: banking my next season on a 17-year-old kid who's never been here is a little worrisome.
Yeah.
That being said, also a little exciting. There's a unknown to this that I'm going like, oh, okay, what do you got, Peyton?
This 17-year-old just had 37 points, though, 9 rebounds in the Serbia game, in the gold medal game against the U.S. I'm going to call him Kusturica, by the way, just because of how much money he got. So, I mean,
Kusturica.
See, that's what it's got to be.
That makes sense.
$12 million.
Why didn't you open with that? That actually makes a lot of sense. You're very smart, Peyton. You know that?
Well done.
It's just because of the money.
Kusturica. He is Kusturica.
He is Kusturica.
Okay, done and done.
Fair.
No more Kusta.
Declared,
it's
decided.
Kusturica. Done and done and done. Stamped. Approved.
Okay, so if he can't complain about money,
yes,
what are the top 3 things that Mick Cronin will complain about in 2026-27?
The lighting at Pauley Pavilion.
For sure.
He'll definitely hate that. Come on. Actually, I take that back. Immediately, the Big Ten travel schedule. The Big Ten travel schedule is at the tippy top of the list.
It's always travel.
We're not traveling as good. You're in chartered flight. Stop it. Come on, man. I had to fly Southwest when I was at UCLA.
That's where the money comes from, Mick. That's why Kusturica is here, Mick.
What else can he complain about? He can't complain about the location of the Rose Bowl, but you know what? Then
He
again,
might.
can't he? He
Yeah.
can complain about I complain about it all the time, and I just spent money on season tickets there for UCLA
Yes, you
football,
did, Cody
and I
Becker.
swear to God, UCLA football, if you don't take a step forward this year,
They are.
you better.
Call me. Listen.
They better.
I am a huge Bob Chesney believer.
So am I.
If
That's
there are-
why I bought the tickets.
Good, Cody. Good. Believe it. I'm telling. It's 6 wins. It's bowl eligibility.
You really think 6 wins this year?
Yes.
I mean, top 10
I don't think the
recruiting
schedule
class.
is that bad. I don't think the schedule is overly difficult. I actually really love their non-conference
Really?
slate. We're going to learn something about them week number 1 in Northern California against Cal.
Okay, I'm
but I
excited.
believe in Bob Chesney. A winner everywhere. He
I
will
agree.
win in Westwood or Pasadena, wherever they want
It's
to play
the
their home.
first name that they've said in a while that I was not excited when Chip Kelly was coming here. I knew what was coming. I knew exactly what was
seen
about to
the writing
happen.
on that wall?
His replacement, I will never forget that press conference. For the rest of my life, I will never forget that press conference. He was a deer in headlights. No one told him he had to give a speech, and all he could think about in that speech was, "Yeah, we're UCLA. We're in LA, and
It's in the name, Deshaun.
USC is there." And that's all he gave me. And I went, this is going to be a rough year. This is going to be the roughest year in the history of UCLA. And it was.
Yeah.
Oh, God, it was. Guys, we got so much to cover in this show. Home Run Derby last night. What an epic event it was. We will talk a lot about that Home Run Derby tonight's All-Star game. But coming up, baseball, Major League Baseball insider, the one and only, a legend in this industry, Russell Dorsey, joins Ben and me right here next on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Ben Stevens in for D-Fish today. And, of course, you got me with you as always right here, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Of course, we talked about toxic fan bases earlier on the show. Talked a little bit about UCLA basketball and their new $12 million man. And according to Peyton, he is Kusta Rich now. Well done, Peyton. We'll never forget it. Kusta Rich is now over there at UCLA. And, of course, we opened up talking about the All-Star Game and last night's absolute epic home run derby. Jordan Walker with the walk-off home run at the end of the home run derby, silencing those Philly fans. And good guy to have on right now who just got back from Philly. MLB insider at Yahoo Sports, MLB Network, and Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV host. And, of course, you can check out his new podcast every single Tuesday, The Relay with Russ Dorsey, and obviously all of his written work over there at Yahoo Sports. MLB insider, the one, the only, Russell Dorsey. Russ, my guy, how you doing? How's the weather in Chicago? And, dude, last night, epic, man. Epic of epic proportions.
Yeah, I'm good. It's good to be on with you guys. It's hot and steamy here in Chicago. Kind of like Jordan Walker's bat was last night, an epic showdown against the hometown hero, Kyle Schwarber. And I think it's pretty cool to see what Jordan Walker was able to do in the culmination of his first half, right? I think about that first year he had, his rookie season, when he was tearing it up, and then they sent him to AAA because he couldn't get the ball in the air to the pull side, right? Didn't have a problem with that last night. So Jordan Walker, big winner of day one of the All-Star festivities.
And when you look, Russ, at what has been happening around Major League Baseball in the unofficial first half, of course, we are nearly 100 games into it for many teams. Let's bring it back here to Los Angeles. The best record in baseball belongs to the back-to-back World Series champions in the LA Dodgers. 61-35, but swept for the first time this year by the D-backs entering the All-Star break. I ask you, is there any concern that you have for Dave Roberts and company as the second half begins later this week?
Concerns. It's hard to say that you have concerns.
That's a good answer.
Back-to-back champion, and I just know the way. Yeah, I understand your question because it doesn't even feel like the Dodgers have been the best team in baseball, and then you look up and you're like, oh man, they have the best record in the sport. But I think the way that they've built this roster is for the second half. They knew they wouldn't have all their pitching in the first half. They knew they might have to give Shohei a blow in the first half. And we didn't know that the knee would be as, I would call it, serious as it has been, where you got to get it drained. But that seems like something where you need to at least have some concern with the best player on planet Earth. And so when you go into the second half, you're going to get some of that pitching back. You're going to get Blake Snell back. You're going to get your all-star free agent acquisition and Edwin Diaz back. And you're going to be a much better team. You've already seen Mookie Betts start to get hot before we ended the first half. That's going to help them a lot going into the second half. They are a second half team, right? You have to expect that you get a better version of Kyle Tucker in the second half than you got in the first half. So if you add all those things in to the best team in Major League Baseball as we get to the first half, I think you have a really good shot to be the best team in baseball once we finish the second half.
Love it. We're joined by Russell Dorsey, of course, out of Yahoo Sports, MLB Insider. And, of course, you can check him out on Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+, of which Russ, for years going now, absolutely crushing that gig, of course, as always. But got to ask you mentioned Shohei Ohtani, dude. It's being pulled from a couple of starts. He's getting his knee drained this week. And I gave this take yesterday, and I'd love your opinion on it. I know he's got a 1.79 ERA. I know he was going for the Cy Young this year, and they weren't even quiet about it. But I made this idea yesterday that I firmly believe Shohei Ohtani's pitching career's days are fairly numbered. How much longer do you think Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher, at least in the starting capacity is with the Dodgers, will remain in that starting capacity?
I feel like they're going to let him decide that, right? Like the reason you come to the Dodgers, besides them paying you $700 million and allowing you to be the best player in the sport, is that they give him free reign to say, hey, this is how my body's feeling today. I feel good. Or, hey, I need a little bit of a break. can you give me a day where maybe I pitch but I don't DH? But I agree with you, and I think he is significantly more important to the Dodgers as a hitter than he is a pitcher. That doesn't mean he's not one of the best 15 pitchers on the planet, because he is, and this first half has proven that. But I do see some things where the wear and tear, look, sometimes there is so much put on him from a physical standpoint that people will never understand, right? Like, guys wake up in the morning and get treatment all day to go out there and throw 6 or 7 innings. And then there are guys that go out there before games for 2-3 hours to work on their body to be a hitter in the box. He's doing both, right? Not to mention throwing bullpens and all the media responsibilities that he has. I think sometimes that takes a toll on the best player in the world. For as amazing as he is, it's sometimes crazy to see Superman bleed, but I think we're seeing Superman bleed just a little bit when you got to get your knee drained. So do I think they're going to take that away from him? I don't. I think that would have to be a Shohei call of, hey, guys, let's dial it back with the pitching. But I do think of the 50-50 season and say, man, look what this guy did when he didn't have to worry about throwing every 5th day. Like, he did something that we had never seen before. But, yes, I agree with you. He is much more important in the batter's box than he is on the mound.
And still won an MVP that year, and more than likely still going to win a 3rd consecutive National League MVP.
Which weirdly is a consolation prize, because it's not the Cy Young, I guess.
When you describe value.
Yeah, no, he's going to be up there holding it and sad, like,
disappointed.
He's going to, like, hand it to somebody in the crowd, be like, hey.
He's going to be, like, looking at Jacob Mizorowski, like, man, that looks nice.
You want to trade?
Could have been me. Miz, you want an MVP award? Take this. I'll just take the Cy Young, watch it for
I got some at the house, man. I don't need this one. Like,
I already got 4.
No.
Should be 5, but I have
drink
4.
out of it. It's just whatever. Regardless, that is Shohei Ohtani to a T. Russ, of course, we are at the All-Star break in Major League Baseball. About 2.5 weeks from today will be the Major League Baseball trade deadline on August 3rd. The next big thing on the calendar in the bigs. And here in Los Angeles, of course, we have all started the conversation around the Tigers ace and the guy that has won 2 straight American League Cy Young Awards in Tarik Skubal. Now, the Tigers starting to figure things out since the start of June. Best record of any AL team since the start of June 1st. I ask you a 2-part question. Do you think that Tarik Skubal is on the trading block? And if so, will the Dodgers be the front runner to land his services?
Are the Dodgers, I'll start backwards. Are the Dodgers the front runner? I think when you look at their farm system and what they would be able to offer the Tigers, it would be pretty hard to say that they're not. I will tell people, because I think sometimes you look at the Dodgers, the evil empire, they're going to do it again, and they're going to go get Tarik Skubal. There are a lot of teams that have fantastic farm systems that, if they wanted to, could go get Tarik Skubal today. Yep. I look at the Milwaukee Brewers. I look at the Tampa Bay Rays, 2 teams that have fantastic farm systems that shouldn't be taken lightly in this race for Tarik Skubal. But the Dodgers, outside of being able to spin where nobody else can, they develop players as well as any team in Major League Baseball. People don't really talk about that part, but they've done a really good job putting their system in a place where they can go acquire any player that they want to. I do think the interesting thing, if you had asked me 6 weeks ago what the Tigers were doing, I would say 100% selling, trading Tarik Skubal at the trade deadline. Now, since they've had one of the best record, they're the 4th best record in baseball since June 1, the best record in the American League since June 1. And I think when you look at where they are, Scott Harris is not in a great position if you ask other GMs around Major League Baseball, because now you're in this spot where he's like, man, we in a bad American League, we're only 3.5 games back of that 3rd wild card spot. Do we have to trade Tarik Skubal? No, maybe we can make it to the postseason. I think the other side of that coin is you only have 2 months of club control left, right? Yes. Once a guy reaches free agency, he's gone. You can't assume that he's going to come back or we can work something out. It doesn't work that way. And so it's do you worry about the next 2 months and trying to make the postseason as the 3rd wild card, or do you focus on the long-term future of the Detroit Tigers?
Absolutely love it. Of course, Russell Dorsey joining us, Yahoo Sports MLB Insider, and of course, check out his podcast, The Relay with Russell Dorsey. Russ, in that respect, though, talking about the trade deadline coming up, should we be worried that this is going to be a lackluster trade deadline? Because you just mentioned the Detroit Tigers. Say they don't trade Tarek Skubal. We also have the Minnesota Twins who have Joe Ryan, but they're just a half game out of that spot. Yordan Alvarez, I thought, was going to be on the market. There are only 2 games out in Houston. Who's going to get traded?
You, Cody Decker.
Yes!
You might be on the market. I will agree. I think I've talked to different executives around baseball over the last couple of weeks, and that is the sentiment of it might end up being a dud at the trade deadline. Like you'll see some relievers get moved. You might see some back end starters get moved, but because there are so many teams that can say on August 3rd, we're only, let's call it 4.5 games back of that third wild card spot, whether that's in the National League or in the American League, where it's if you're not the Angels, you're probably in the AL wild card race. And so, I think for that reason, I think there is a chance that there is very little movement. Now, we'll have some surprise, and there. Our team is going to say, you know what, not our year, even if we're only 4.5, 5 games back. Make a trade. But I think there is starting to be this belief that we might not see that much movement at this year's deadline.
People, there are only 5 teams in the American League with a winning record above 500, which means in bad baseball, that has a lot of teams still believing, like the Detroit Tigers, that they could make a postseason run. Russ, let's talk All-Star Game tonight in Philadelphia. The American League has dominated this event really in the last 3 decades. They've only lost 5 times since 1997. The AL has won 10 of the last 12 Midsummer Classics, but not last year, courtesy of the MVP, Kyle Schwarber, in the swing-off. When you look at the starting 9s tonight, when you look at who will take the bump in Philly, Christopher Sanchez for the National League, on the other side of the AL, it is Dylan Cease. Can the National League go back-to-back at the All-Star Game tonight in Philly?
I think so. I think when you look at the balance of power in the sport, there has been a pendulum shift over the last several years from the American League to the National League. Now, a big part of that has to do with Shohei Ohtani going from the Angels to the Dodgers, Juan Soto going from the Yankees to the New York Mets. And then you still have star power like Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper. Now you have emerging young superstars like James Wood out there in D.C. with the Nationals. I think this is going to be another National League year, but the American League still has some dudes over there, right? I think it's really cool that we get to see Mike Trout back in the leadoff spot for the American League. It's been a while since we've seen the kid up there at the top, but it should be a fun one. But I am feeling the National League going back to back.
He is Russ Dorsey. He is an MLB insider for Yahoo Sports. And, of course, you got to check out his new podcast, The Relay with Russ Dorsey. Also catch all of his written work for Major League Baseball over there at Yahoo Sports. And, of course, Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+. Russ absolutely killing it in the game of baseball. Quick question before we just have you go. CBA, man, it's looming. How much baseball are we going to miss out on next year, my guy?
It's a good question. We have 6 months to figure that out. Like I think the thing that I've told people is, look, a lot can happen in 6 months. Do I think on December 1st, 2026, there will be a lockout that gets started? I do. Do I think that means there will be no baseball in 2027? I do not. Right. Like, I think there is a lot of time between the end of the CBA, or the CBA's expiration on December 1st, and opening day 2027. Now, that doesn't mean that schedules won't get shifted and pushed. But I think before we go full doom and gloom, I think we've seen things like this before. Situation a little bit different this time around. But I don't see a scenario where there is no Major League Baseball in 2027. Could we miss some games? Cool. Could the opening day get pushed a couple of weeks while they figure some things out in late February, early March? Absolutely. But do I see a world where all this money that baseball is making, all the momentum that the sport has on both sides gets wasted? It's just there's far too much at stake for both sides. So I don't see that happening.
Music to my ears. Russ Dorsey, catch the relay with Russ Dorsey. Catch him on Friday Night Baseball, Apple TV Plus, MLB Network, and of course, your work over there with Yahoo Sports. Russ, can't thank you enough for joining us today, dude. You're one of the very best in the industry, and we look forward to seeing, one, all the work you're going to be doing after the All-Star break, and, of course, how jacked you're going to get running around the lake over there in beautiful Chicago, my man.
My man, listen, there's only one person I would allow to interrupt my gym schedule because I was going. But as you can see, I got the cutoff ready. I'm going to the gym right now, Deck. So, yeah, I appreciate you, but I'm not going to let you interrupt my gym schedule too much.
That a baby. Get in there and get jacked, my man. Great having you. And, dude, good luck the rest of the season. Can't wait to have you back on, dude.
Thanks, guys.
Legendary Russell Dorsey, absolute one of the very best Major League Baseball insiders in the game, and obviously some great info there. Music to my ears hearing that his idea that we will not be out of baseball next year, and he's so right, dude. The Major League Baseball is making so much money right now. It would be criminal to lose out on any games next year.
The growth in the sport, both from fans that have attended, that gate revenue, tickets, all of that, but also the TV revenue for Major League Baseball, where it stands right now with obviously a lot of influx in terms of the RSNs and how you watch your favorite team locally and in your favorite area, that very much is in an uncertain basis at this time. But to Russ's point, everybody is doing well. Owners, league office, players are making a ton of money.
Yep.
You have to believe, you hope to believe, that common sense brings them together.
What concerns me, though, is simply this. Both sides, you know the proposals that have been thrown out there by Major League Baseball?
Far off.
As far as the Players Association is concerned, Major League Baseball has yet to make a proposal. These are non-starters and dead in the water. And frankly, as far as I'm concerned, these are just PR stunts trying to get the masses behind Major League Baseball, because somehow the owners, and they are very good at this, are very good at convincing the fans, these greedy players, because they know that fans do not know the difference between 1 million and 1 billion, which is criminal. And I've said it on this air so many times, I'm going to say it again so everybody can hear it. If Ben has $1 billion and I have $1 million, Ben has $1 billion more than me. I don't know what else to tell you. It's seconds. Let's do it in time. Million seconds, 11.7 days. 1 billion seconds, 31.7 years. They have money. They got all of the money. All of the monies. John Fisher himself is worth $2.5 billion there with the Sacramento A's. The Dodgers are making so much money that they bought the Lakers for $10 billion.
This, and the money that billionaires put into sports, they see a recouping of. They see that investment pay off. So I am always on the side of the players for what they are asking for. And the players came out yesterday, by the way, ahead of the home run derby with everybody, all the all-stars in Philadelphia, and said, we are very against a salary cap. We do not want that salary cap there. And that, to me, is going to be the biggest thing that one side is going to have to budge on in what exactly that number looks like if a hard cap is put into place. Russ said it. 6 months to figure this out. December feels like a very long way away from the middle of July.
It'll be here fast, though.
The thing is, Cody Decker, they are going to wait until the 11th hour. Even if we don't miss baseball, even if there is a lockout and spring training is pushed back by a few weeks, I do think we are going to be in that lockout with the final determinations coming much later than anybody would expect, despite some of those first offers and proposals being put out there early.
Yeah, I have to believe that as well. This is always going to be a lot of tactics that are taking place. But here's the thing. The Players Association, it's basically in the bylaws. I was in the Players Association. I went to a lot of those meetings. Number one rule. No salary cap. Never going to happen. Salary cap is a non-starter. The conversation doesn't even begin if you have the word salary cap in there. The fact that they don't open with salary floor is already a big enough problem. But a salary cap, we're dealing with legislation in every other salary capped league on how to get them to compete with each other. You're telling me we're going to put our Major League Baseball, which is 162 games a year, in a situation where we're going to be dealing with 10, 15 teams that are tanking every single year? We're dealing with that now. I don't need to deal with that with it baked into the actual sauce of the league.
Yeah, I completely agree. And for what it's worth, by the way, when it comes to the salary cap and the idea of taking down the evil empire that is the Dodgers, look around sports. It's the National Football League. It's the NBA. If players and teams are invested in spending money, they will spend that money regardless of whatever luxury tax or salary tax they need to pay to go over that cap. You are still going to have investments into your team regardless of how it looks. So I think the salary floor is more important for Major League Baseball to have that investment all around all 30 clubs as opposed to a salary cap that apparently is going to keep the biggest spenders and bring them back to the field.
You said one thing earlier that I honestly is also kind of the tell. You mentioned the TV deals and TV rights. Currently, Major League Baseball, and this happened this last offseason, signed a 3-year deal with their current TV production with every single company. You got the Netflix deal over here, the ESPN deal over here, the Fox deal over here, the Peacock deal over here. Man, they have like 6 deals all over the place, and they set them all up for 3 years. Very, very, very on purpose. They are looking very forward to probably a massive 10 to $20 billion deal with somebody that will coincidentally will kick in and be negotiated right after this CBA. Wow, how did that happen?
No way, Cody Decker. But then you would also think, logically, let's not keep the product then from our fans' eyes by missing baseball games in 2027 and keep the momentum rolling so all of those TV networks want to invest their biggest bucks in this sport.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is All-Star Day. We are celebrating the game of Major League Baseball, and it got us thinking. Dodgers got a lot of All-Stars, 6 specifically this season. That's quite a few All-Stars right there over there in Philadelphia. But are they the greatest Dodger All-Stars of all time? We will discuss our starting 9 of the greatest All-Star Dodger lineup ever right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. Sports. Of course, the one and only Ben Stevens sitting in for D-Fish today. And it is All-Star Day here for Major League Baseball. And, of course, the game in Philly tonight, the home run derby last night. We talked and opened the show talking about the majestic bombs hit by Schwarber. And, of course, the winner, Jordan Walker. Hopefully this will be his coming out party. I love that about a home run derby.
For sure.
It's somebody's like massive coming out party. It's happened for some guys that fell completely off because, unfortunately, I always think when I think of like the greatest performance in a home run derby, sadly, I think of, who do you think of?
Josh Hamilton?
That's what I think of too. Yeah, I think of Josh Hamilton. And, of course,
an electric night, though.
Electric night. If it all just stopped then, it would have been a great end of a movie.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it didn't. Don't Google it. It's not worth your time. That being said, this was an incredible night last night for Major League Baseball, and hopefully tonight will be another one with the All-Star game, which got us thinking Dodgers. They've had a few All-Stars.
A lot of All-Stars.
6 this year. Of course, one being scratched in Shohei Ohtani, but Justin Robleski being in that game, which was huge. We were spearheading that one on this show, screaming that he deserved to be an All-Star and thrilled that he is one. Of course, Max Muncy starting over there at third base. Freddie Freeman starting at first base. Yep. You got Andy Pages playing out there in the outfield. Lowest paid guy in the All-Star game, by the way. And also, who am I missing? I'm missing one.
In the starting lineup, those are the three.
Okay, right. Then we're good. We got the 3 starters
and then Yoshi
right there.
and Robo.
Yoshi and Robo
will pitch at some point.
Perfect. So those are the 5 in there. But when we're sitting around talking about the Dodgers, it's a storied and historic franchise, period, stop. Mm-hmm. You look every single position, there is a legend in that position. Mm-hmm. So the question is, what is the all-time Dodgers starting lineup there for an All-Star game? Here's the question. We're setting it up this way. You get your starting 9, you get 1 pitcher and 1 closer. You also get a DH and, of course, every single position player. We will go position by position for our Dodgers all-time All-Star list. And let's start with DH because I'm pretty sure we will both agree, considering the fact the DH has only been in the National League for a couple of years, and there's only been one man ever in the history of baseball to win the MVP as a DH, and that man is Shohei Ohtani, the greatest DH who's ever lived. Sorry, Angel fans, I don't even remember him in red. I just don't. It's the same way I think about it. It's amazing. Yeah. I think about this with Freddie Freeman, too. A decade in Atlanta, I don't even remember an A on his hat.
Well, that's a conversation for another day. But when Freddie Freeman goes to Cooperstown, will the bust be of a man wearing a Braves hat? Or will the bust be of a man wearing a Dodgers hat? Or will he wear both? That will be the question. And I think you could argue, could Freddie Freeman be the all-time greatest Dodger first baseman because of what he has done in Los Angeles? I debated it. I went another way.
I'm not going to lie to you. I struggled with this because I did also go another way. But ask me this question again in 2 years.
For sure.
Because the answer is going to change. It just is.
I would agree with you. There are some people on the Dodgers right now that I expect to remain Dodgers, actually on either ends of that infield, that I think in a few years' time you could include into an all-time Dodgers lineup. But right now, we maybe go with some history. But, of course, the DH is Shohei Ohtani. Who could it other be than Shohei Ohtani? Yeah. Even if the DH had been around for whatever, Shohei Ohtani and what he has done in a Dodger uniform would always be my DH selection.
I love it. So let's get around to the position players of our starting 9. Who do you got as your starting catcher and battery mate member?
I made this joke to Peyton last night when we were texting about this segment for today's show. I grew up on Paul LaDuca, but I kept him out because of the Mitchell Report and the stain that he has had on baseball.
That is very fair because I loved Paul LaDuca too.
Listen,
he ain't my choice.
My Dodger fandom growing up was that really starting to feel that team in Los Angeles. But really, when I think of Dodger catchers, I think of like Russell Martin. That's like the first guy that comes to my mind.
Great pick.
But of course, the all-time Dodger catcher has to be Roy Campanella.
Great pick. I understand this wholeheartedly. And by the way, that's not a wrong choice at all because he's a Hall of Famer. Yep. He's a legend. Sadly, never played in Los Angeles, only a Brooklyn Dodger. But yes, Roy Campanella is a great pick.
You know this stat I found out about Roy Campanella last night? Not the 3-time NL MVP that batted above 300 with at least 30 home runs and 100 ribbies in all 3 of those MVP winning seasons in the early 50s. He has a 57% caught stealing rate. Still the Major League Baseball record.
That's actually astonishing. I did not know that stat at all.
57%? That's Unheard of.
Do I go the J.J. Redick route and be like, they was playing against plumbers and electricians, bud? Come on, let's be real clear.
Listen, electricians are noted as one of the fastest blue-collar industries.
These are These are factual. These are just factual statements.
Yeah.
My catcher is simply this. I know most people don't even think him as a Dodger anymore, but I can't help it. It was 1993, and I remember I had no glare eye black that I put around my nose and my mouth because it made me look like I had a handlebar mustache, just like my new hero in L.A., Mike Piazza. Rookie of the year, one of the 5 straight rookies of the year that the Dodgers had in the 90s.
Wild.
And my 40 home runs one season with the Dodgers, most home runs as a catcher in Major League Baseball, and a lot of that started in L.A. And yes, I absolutely cried. And I'm not kidding. Even though I probably would still make the same trade today because we did get back Bobby Bonilla, Jim Eisenreich, Charles Johnson, and Gary Sheffield.
Yeah.
But man, Mike Piazza was just a gem over here, and apparently we just didn't want to pay him the $100 million that he wanted, so we traded him to Miami, of which he was there for maybe 2 hours.
Mike Piazza would be my second catcher on a Dodgers lineup, in front of Paul LaDuca and Russell Martin.
Yep.
Some might think Mets first, but do not forget where it began.
That's right.
For Piazza.
Mike Piazza.
Yeah.
Let's go at first base. Who do you got as the all-time Dodger first base?
Again, we debated Freddie Freeman. We debated a guy that calls many a Dodger game right now in Eric Karros, but we ultimately went on this All-Star Game day with Steve Garvey, a man that played in 8 consecutive All-Star games.
National League Ironman, too.
National League Ironman. 156 games at least in 8 of the 9 years when he became the Dodgers starter at first base in 1974. More fun facts. Originally came up as a third baseman. Spent the first few years of his career as a third baseman, manning the hot corner for the Dodgers, but they had some concern about his ability to throw across the diamond. They flip him to the other side, and he becomes that staple of consistency at first base.
Number 6 is why I wore number 6 growing up. When I was 4 years old, I went to Steve Garvey All-Star Baseball game. And I got to meet Steve Garvey as a 4-year-old to 5-year-old and got to train a little bit with Steve Garvey. I wore 6 for the rest of my life through UCLA and into professional baseball until I got to the big leagues in San Diego, of which I couldn't wear number 6 because of Steve Garvey, a man whose number is not retired with the Dodgers, but weirdly retired down in San Diego for his 2.5 years he was there.
Yeah.
Weird choice, San Diego, but I appreciate it because I'm glad Steve Garvey is honored somewhere.
That feels like a rivalry nod. 15 years in Los Angeles, the final half decade in San Diego. He's a Padre.
Yep, and they retired that number, but he is not my choice. I went old school. I went Duke Snider, baby.
Oh, wow.
The legend that is the Duke of Ebbets Field. I went with Duke Snider mainly because I felt like I needed some Brooklyn Dodger love on my list. And I will admit, my list is very, very much missing Brooklyn Dodgers. So I had to go ahead and get my hands on Duke Snider.
I'm mostly Brooklyn Dodgers.
Fascinating.
I had Duke in the outfield for what it's worth.
I had him at first base.
He could do a little bit of everything. I had Duke as my center fielder.
Interesting.
As the all-time home run leader for the Dodgers with 389. Kind of interesting the Dodgers do not have an all-time guy above 400 long balls.
That
or even
will
in the
change.
500 club.
That
it will certainly
change.
But I have Duke Snider as my center fielder. Listen, there was a thing that you could do, was it MLB Baseball 07, MVP Baseball 05, where you could play with classic historic teams. So I played a lot with the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
and
fun.
So I feel like I don't know them. I was not nearly alive for all of this, for Roy Campanella and the Jackie Robinsons and the Pee Wee Reeses and the Maury Wills. So I feel like I have a lot of Brooklyn Dodgers.
By the way,
list.
those of you that want to call in 855-97-LA-FAN and yell at me because I made Duke Snider my first baseman, he spent the last 4 years of his career playing first base.
He did.
I don't want to hear anything out of you guys about that. All-time Dodger home run leader deserves to be on the list.
I agree. Listen, you can put them wherever you want. You are building your all-star lineup. So you can use guys whatever their trade is and wherever you think they would be best
All
suited.
right, what do you got at second base?
It has to be
Jackie Robinson.
It is Jackie
no
Robinson.
question, it's Jackie Robinson. MVP his first year, the Rookie of the Year, name it, Jackie Robinson.
Listen, and I think what is maybe lost a little bit in the conversation because of what Jackie Robinson meant for baseball, sports, society, all that he has done, of course, in the history of this country, he would be a guy right now in current Major League Baseball, in the algorithms, in the analytics, that would be an organization's dream. A career hitter, 313, on base percentage for his career above 4. He would be a guy that would get on base continuously, be so great with the glove at second base, and a utility guy that you would absolutely eat up in modern baseball.
Okay, well, let's get over to shortstop.
Again, it's a lot of Brooklyn Dodgers. I love the middle of that infield. Pee Wee Reese.
That's why I had a feeling you were going Pee Wee Reese.
Pee Wee's my guy. By the way, a 68.4 baseball reference WAR, wins above replacement. It is the highest for the Dodgers organization all time.
That I did not know.
There you go.
I flat out didn't know that. I'm going in a direction that I actually thought you were going to go with this direction with me. I went with Maury Wills.
Yeah, for sure.
Maury Wills absolutely belongs on this list. One of the speediest Dodgers that's ever existed.
Yes.
And just, come on, dude. Those teams spearheaded by Maury Wills, legendary time for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, absolutely so. Had to take over for Pee Wee Reese, which is very, very large shoes to fill.
Let's go ahead and round out our infield before we take a break.
Hot
corner?
Hot
Third
corner.
base? What do you got, man?
Say his name.
I figured it. I figured you're going with it.
It's my dad's favorite player of all time. My dad was a Dodger season ticket holder in the late 70s and early 80s. In the crux of what that infield was, really manned on the corners by Steve Garvey and Ron Cey. So Ron Cey, my dad's favorite player of all time, 1981 World Series MVP, which was huge for that golden generation in the 70s into the early 80s because that was the first World Series for the Dodgers since the mid-60s.
Yeah, well, I will tell you this. It was really hard for me to... I actually had Ron Cey written down. I deleted him. I decided he wasn't my Dodger third baseman. And those of you that are going to get mad at me for this list, I don't care. This is my list, and this was my third baseman. And remember when I said I cried when Mike Piazza was traded?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't the only one traded in that trade. Mr. UCLA graduate Todd Zeal.
Wow.
Was an unbelievable
Zeal?
Yes. I know you all
An
think...
all-time Dodger?
Yes, I did it. I
All
did
right.
it, and I regret nothing. That 90s Dodgers team should have won 3 titles. There is no excuse that this team with 5 straight rookies of the year and Todd Zeal, they had 4 guys with over 30 home runs. They had Raul Mondesi. They had Mike Piazza. They had Todd Zeal. They had... Oh, God, how did this team not win a title?
Todd Zeal. Of all the ways I
Todd
thought you were going to go,
Hollingsworth.
I thought you were going to go so many different ways.
Yep,
I
Todd
debated
Zeal.
Max Muncy at third
I debated
base.
Max Muncy, too.
I thought when you were going to talk about your Dodger fandom and maybe being disappointed that a guy no longer played in Dodger blue, you might reference Adrian Beltre.
Crossed my mind.
Todd Zeal. Okay.
I went Todd Zeal.
Todd.
Yes.
All-time
I
Dodger.
think Todd Zeal deserves some love.
All
That
right.
did not get enough love while he was here. And he just finished building a new home when he was here, when they traded him. I was heartbroken for him. It was rude, it was wrong, and I blame Tommy Lasorda.
Cody wears it for you, Todd Zeal.
That's right. Someone's got to wave that Todd Zeal flag. And you know what? When we come back, we're going to give you our all-time pitcher, and we're going to tell you about our outfield of all-time Dodger All-Stars, because I have a feeling our outfield is going to be a hotly debated topic, not to mention pitchers.
Oh, it's a good one.
That's going to be a tough one as well. Right here on D. Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Ben Stevens in for D. Fish today. He will be back joining us tomorrow right here live, 6 a.m. tomorrow. Of course, get in the chat right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. And, of course, give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. Ben and I are currently debating our all-time greatest Dodgers starting lineup in honor of this All-Star game. And I got to say, it's getting hotly contested. I'm looking in the chat right now, and there's a lot of names that are being thrown in there. And, yes, for second base, we are remiss that neither of us mentioned the legendary and, of course, rest in peace, Davey Lopes.
For sure.
Davey Lopes would have been a phenomenal choice.
No doubt.
Of course, a few people like your pick of Ron Say. One Good Karma Sucks says Zeal was better in St. Louis. I agree, but I don't care. It's my list, damn it.
St. Louis? Where Todd Zeal?
I just think of Todd Zeal
Zeal
here.
Has this many fans around the country?
Yes, Todd Zeal
Todd.
stands exist.
I know Todd Zeal is the guy that does the pre and post game shows on SNY for the New York Mets.
Yes, he does.
I didn't even, to be frank with you, I didn't even know he played for the LA Dodgers. So there you go.
Oh, how dare you!
I mean, this was like right probably before I was born. But yeah.
Todd Zeal raked.
Okay.
Absolutely raked.
Fair.
That being said, here's one that is really caught my eye, and I want your opinion. Because we immediately went to shortstop. We had two different answers at shortstop. Pee Wee Reese and Maury Wills. Both good choices.
And I'm surprised that you could argue anything but.
Like I struggled with shortstop because I sure as hell wasn't picking Bill Russell. I know better. I've seen his stats.
Yeah.
Bill Russell should not be on this list.
Agreed.
That being said, what do you think of Nomar Garcia-Parra?
So you said to me in the break, dude, I got to bring up the shortstop that is listed in the chat. People think that Todd Zeal was crazy for the years he spent here. How about Nomar? And the last thing you said, you rooted for him, and you probably rooted for him to be here, started to get the mind working. And then I was like, oh, it's got to be Nomar.
It's Nomar
When
Garcia-Parra.
Nomar became a Dodger, it was like one of the greatest things
and
to
we
ever
were like,
happen to the LA
what
Dodgers.
were we waiting for?
For sure.
Like, this was a layup pick. He's an LA guy,
For
everything
sure.
about it.
And does some great work for Spectrum Sportsnet
Yes, he
LA.
does.
Absolutely so. Nomar is not the all-time shortstop for the Los Angeles Dodgers. If you wanted to have a conversation about the Boston Red Sox, perhaps.
We can have that conversation.
But
that being
not
said,
in Dodger blue.
But I will say, his first year with the Dodgers, he won comeback player of
It
the
was
year.
sick.
He
Yeah.
He was so good. He was part of that he was a part of, until this World Series, he was a part of the greatest baseball game I ever watched, and that was the 4 home runs in a row, 2 of which off of Trevor Hoffman to tie the game. And then Nomar comes in the 10th inning after Kenny Lofton, that's right, was a Dodger for 1 year.
Yes, he was.
Gets a walk, and then Nomar hits a walk-off 2-run home run. And I mean, it was one of the coolest games I ever watched in my life.
Was that like the Mike Lowell teams too? At third base? Like I feel like that was like a team of guys that had played everywhere else in Major League Baseball that were like household names that came to LA, and you're like, this is the time they finally break through.
And they got beat by the Mets. It sucked
did.
in the playoffs. It was brutal. All right, let's get to our outfield all-time with the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah.
We already went with our infield. Let's go ahead to left field. Who is your all-time all-star Dodger left fielder, Ben Stevens?
For me, it is a guy that really played center field, but because we had Duke Snider at center field, it was the guy that replaced Duke Snider in center field, but largely did that in Los Angeles. The LA guy through and through, Willie Davis.
I love that pick.
Yeah.
Willie Davis is such a good all-time Dodger leader in RBIs, by the way, single season.
He is incredible in terms of everything that he had done. He is 3rd in hits all time with more than 2,000, 3rd in stolen bases with 335. He is no Davey Lopes, who, by the way, had 77 stolen bases. I think in 1975, which 77 stolen bases, 38 consecutive, which was a record for like more than a decade in Major League Baseball. But it's the LA guy, spent the first 14 seasons of his Major League Baseball career in Los Angeles with the Dodgers. Willie Davis is my left fielder.
I love it. Guys, D. Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, 855-97-LA-FAN. Who is on your guys' all-time Dodger list? My left fielder. I don't care if you know him better as one of the greatest managers of all time. Dusty Baker is my Dodger left fielder.
All right. I like that.
I love me late 70s Dodgers, and Dusty Baker, just to have his mind in this lineup alone is why I want me some Dusty Baker.
I like that. I really like that call for Dusty Baker in left field. I love it.
Underappreciated guy here in LA. And I feel like people even forget. Like when I think of Dusty Baker, I immediately think of Giants because I think of his years managing the Giants.
No doubt.
And he made a toothpick cooler than he made a toothpick cooler than Scott Hall ever dreamed of making a toothpick.
Yeah.
I mean, I love
Dusty's
Dusty
the man,
Baker.
by the way. Just like in everything Dusty has done in baseball, when you talk about like baseball lifers, Dusty is the man.
The man.
Yeah.
So Dusty Baker, you're my left fielder.
Yeah.
Center field. This is going to get interesting.
I took your first baseman, and I put him where he started his career. That would be Duke Snider. Duke Snider, cool dude, man. Played at Compton High School.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Learned a lot of facts about the all-time Dodgers lineup last night as I was putting this together. 8-time All-Star, Dodger career RBI leader with nearly 1,300, 40 home runs, at least 40 home runs in 5 consecutive seasons from 1953 through 1957. And people might forget this, but those teams in Brooklyn in the mid-50s, the Dodgers were a legendary franchise, one of the first and one of the big powerhouses in the sport early in Major League Baseball, but had yet to win a World Series in franchise history until 1955, when guys like Duke Snider, guys like Pee Wee Reese were the big reason that they got it done.
I love that pick. It's a phenomenal pick. By the way, Robert Wallace says, Willie Davis, a great pick. I grew up going to the bleachers, and we would toss Hubba Bubba gum to him, and the goal would be for him to put your toss of gum in his pocket. And apparently he would often do that.
That's pretty, very cool. Willie Davis, the man.
One of the
love
greats.
That.
My center fielder is a former teammate of mine.
Oh.
I'm going with Mr. Matt Kemp.
Wow.
Matt Kemp was, during his time here, and especially his first run in L.A.
No doubt.
Now, granted, it did end, his first run in L.A. did not end as great as possible.
Yep.
Dodgers ended up trading him down to San Diego, where I played with him in 2015. They ate up most of his contract and basically paid to play him like 17 times that season.
Yep.
He eventually came back and kind of ended his career with the Dodgers, which I really, really kind of dug a little bit.
For sure.
Because I feel like he grew up a lot in that time, and all of a sudden he became this veteran player that was a good presence for the clubhouse. And honestly, he should have won an MVP.
Should have.
100% should have won an MVP here. Ryan Braun absolutely stole it from him.
Ryan Braun.
In that season.
Good LA guy.
That season. And I love Ryan Braun. I've hit with Ryan a lot. I've known him since we were in high school. But man, oh man, Matt Kemp should have won that MVP.
Because in 2011, Matt Kemp hit .324 with 39 bombs and 126 runs batted in. Finished runner-up directly behind Ryan Braun. So it's funny, when you talk about your all-time Dodgers lineups, of course you have to think back to the Brooklyn Dodgers. There are so many historical figures in this organization. There are the guys of the 70s and the 80s, the Steve Garveys, the Davey Lopes, the Ron Says that we have talked about continuously. But my Dodger fandom, me growing up here, listening to Vin Scully as the author of Every Summer Night, there were the early guys, but in the mid to late 2000s, where I was 14, 15 years old and really starting to become attached to sports and my fandom, it was guys like Russell Martin, I've already mentioned,
Chad
Matt
Billingsley,
Kemp, Andre Ethier,
Yep.
Jason. I went to Dodgers camp when I was a 10 or 11, and you played baseball in the outfield. Jason Repko was there.
Oh, I love Jason
Speaking
Repko.
of good goatees, Jason Repko.
Jason Worth was on that team, if you remember.
He was. Those were some of my favorite teams of all time. So I think very fondly of their contributions in Dodger Blue. Matt Kemp, Andre Ethier, Russell Martin, all of those guys.
Like that, I feel like that group is the group that started what the Dodgers are.
For sure.
And I absolutely appreciate Matt Kemp for what he did here in L.A. Right fielder. Oh, man, I'm excited. So excited for this one.
It's Mookie Betts. It's Mookie Betts.
Didn't expect that.
It's Mookie Betts for me. A man that has won 2 Gold Gloves, by the way, in right field for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Top 5 in MVP voting 3 times, including finishing runner-up in 2020. Because, Cody, for most of my Dodger fandom, watching this team, the main narrative around the Dodgers was, come October, they were going to flame out. I had not seen a Dodgers World Series championship in my life, and I understand it was 2020, but I had not seen a Dodgers World Series championship until 2020. And I remember, because I was living in New York at the time, calling my father, former Dodgers season ticket holder, on the phone and FaceTiming to commemorate seeing a championship for the Dodgers. And when I think of that 2020 team, really Mookie Betts was the man that moved the needle to make them a World Series champion. So Mookie Betts is my all-time right fielder for the LA Dodgers.
Absolutely love the pick. Love the pick. Love the pick. The year was 1977. Wow. They got their hands on a wonderful, wonderful outfielder from St. Louis who is already a Boston legend. He is already a Boston Red Sox Hall of Famer, and he's about to be a Los Angeles Dodgers Hall of Famer later on this summer. I, ladies and gentlemen, am talking about the man who originated a kind of list of switch hitters who hit bombs. 314. At the time of retirement, second most home runs by any switch hitter of all time back then. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you not just the best right fielder the Dodgers ever had, but my former mentor who literally, if I didn't have this guy in my life, I never would have stepped foot anywhere near Major League Baseball. So thank you, Reggie Smith.
Wow.
Love me some Reggie Smith, baby.
Had to be on your list.
Had to be.
Had to be on
Not
your
even
list.
just because of my personal thing. Also just because he truly is probably the best Dodger right fielder they've ever had.
I completely agree. You know who was an honorary member of my list? Sean Green.
I was this close.
Sean Green.
This
My
close
guy.
to doing Sean Green.
My favorite player.
My former teammate.
Sean Green.
We played together on Team Israel in the World Baseball Classic in 2013.
Heck yeah.
Yep. Love me some Sean Green. Great guy. We're going to get him on the show soon, actually.
Hell yeah.
Love me some Sean. You know what I also thought for center field? Santa Monica native. The pride of Arizona State. Rick Monday, I was really close
Rick Monday,
to actually grabbing my hands on.
Legend.
Huge home run in 1981 to get that World Series.
Yeah.
Well, that home run in the championship series against the Expos to get to the World Series. Classic stuff. Absolutely love me some Rick Monday. All right, let's get over to your starting pitcher. Or, actually, let's finish with starting pitcher. Let's go with your relief/closer.
My relief guy, my closer will always be the man that made me believe in how cool it was to come out of the bullpen to a song in the early 2000s.
Question. It's still the best.
It's Eric Gagne.
It's
Eric Gagne.
It's like
Kenley should be there. Kenley could be right there. But for me, just the bravado, the coolness, the confidence of being a closer to shut things down. It's Eric Gagne.
The lights going off, game over, flashed everywhere. It was a madhouse when he came to town.
Speaking of goatees, again.
A-plus goatee. Legendary goatee.
Yeah.
Back when goatees were very cool.
Very cool.
It's Eric Gagne. That's mine too, by the way. All right, starting pitcher. This is where it gets. This is where it's going to be debated because you could go a lot of different directions. I thought Don Sutton. I thought Oral Hershiser. I thought so many names. Who do you got?
It's Sandy Koufax.
I get it.
It's always been Sandy for me. I mentioned my parents are natives of L.A. They grew up here in Studio City in North Hollywood. My mom would tell me stories of sitting around the radio with her father back in the day who would literally chart games and keep scores. And their favorite player, Sandy Koufax. And Sandy Koufax for me is the all-time Dodger pitcher.
I understand that. I honestly don't believe the Dodger fandom would be what it is today if it weren't for Fernando Mania. My all-time Dodger pitcher is Fernando Valenzuela. Nobody took over the world of Major League Baseball, and specifically Chavez Ravine, especially at a time where Dodger and Mexican relations were not exactly the greatest in the world because of how Chavez Ravine was initially built. Fernando Valenzuela changed the fandom of this team forever, and honestly, he changed the look of Los Angeles sports forever. He is my all-time Dodger pitcher. My man. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Home Run Derby last night and a little bit of tonight's All-Star Game right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And with me today, Ben Stevens sitting in for the one and only Derek Fish. He'll be back tomorrow morning. And of course, we're talking baseball today. It's a baseball heavy show. Earlier on in the show, we had Russell Dorsey on, MLB Insider over there for Yahoo Sports. You can also check him out on Friday night. Major League Baseball's Apple TV Plus games. And of course, his new podcast, The Relay with Russell Dorsey. If you missed that, you can go back on the Odyssey app and check it out. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the podcast. That is D. Fish and Decker. And of course, we are currently live on YouTube. Join the chat at The Fan LA. We just finished giving our incredible list. And yes, I do feel like it was incredible. Our list of all-time greatest Dodgers, filling out a full roster of an all-star team. And our list was not the same.
No, it wasn't.
Honestly, not even close. Todd Zeal, a hotly debated third baseman today.
Todd Seal, man, in your hot corner on your all-time Dodger lineup.
Yep, I did it.
Listen, Todd is a great Major League Baseball lifer, does excellent work on television for the New York Mets. The all-time third baseman for the Los Angeles/Brooklyn Dodgers. Good one.
It's my list.
Yeah, that's fair.
My list. Hey, it's
Tony Decker's list.
It's better than the guy that said shortstop should be Nomar Garcia-Parra. That being said, I love Nomar.
Yeah.
Can't stress that enough.
Yeah.
But he was there for like a year.
You know, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, it's like saying the greatest Padre of all time is Garvey.
Yeah, that also crazy.
Yeah.
I had Ron say, as I alluded to, I do think there is a world by the end of his Dodger career that Max Muncy will have that honor.
I think you're right.
As the all-time third baseman for the
we
Dodgers.
didn't put in utility player, like super utility. If you were to pick a super utility, who would you pick? Because my answer, he's on the team now. It's going to be Kike Hernandez.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, like the super-duper utility, every man, put him anywhere you want.
Love that.
And also single-handedly has delivered World Series for this team.
Yes. Incredibly clutch in October.
Incredibly clutch. Yeah. Can't stress
Kike has a place in Dodger lore. And
time.
Always will. For his personality, for what he has meant for the organization, for the winning ways, and how he actively contributed to those World Series championships despite being on a star-studded roster year in, year out. Kike Hernandez will be an all-time Dodger, whatever that moniker needs to be.
You know what's wild is I think we were called up the same year, because I remember when I was called up and I was playing at Dodger Stadium, I saw Kike and he was starting in the game. And I remember I don't know Kike. I didn't play against him in the minor leagues at all. Wild. Must be a young kid or something. That was 11 years ago.
Yeah.
He's still there.
He still feels young, too.
Yeah, he does still feel young.
If you were to ask me Kike Hernandez's age, I'd probably be like 26, 27.
Yeah. No, he's up there now. He's
a vet, man.
And by the way, we do have a poll there on YouTube. Check out the poll and vote in the poll. Whose all-time Dodger roster are you taking? You taking my team or are you taking Ben's team? You can vote right now. Very good teams, by the way. Be happy to go to war with either of them, to be very clear.
They would win an All-Star game. They would win a World Series. You know what we never got? Was producer Peyton's all-time Angels roster.
Oh, well, this will be a short one. Peyton, is there an all-time Angels list, or are you just going to say Mike Trout 9 times?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I was going to get to it in my little hit it or quit it. I was going to ask, hit it or quit it. Is my team better than your team? Blah, blah, blah.
It's not.
But you know what? No, thanks for giving me the top of the hour segment, guys. No, we'll get right into my Angel team. Yeah, Benji Molina. Benji Molina behind the plate.
Oh,
okay.
Fair.
No one's managed a staff better than that man right there. Rod Carew, not one time, not 2 times. Oh, sorry, no, I'm not going to go up to 18-time All-Star Rod Carew.
It was a different
base.
time back then.
Yeah.
It was a very different time.
Third base, your boy Troy Glaus from UCLA.
No question.
Has to be.
No
Savannah
question.
Bananas legend, of course, too. We saw him out there with those guys.
He played with the Savannah Bananas?
Yeah, last year. You didn't see that?
I didn't. I got offered 2 contracts with them once, and I turned them both down.
Oh, can you do the fancy stuff that they do?
I can't backflip, dude. I got no athletic ability. I'm a bruiser. I hit home runs and I leave.
That could be something, though.
That could be sweet.
Like you're legging out a double, but you get to run through a bunch of people when you do it?
That's right.
In the base
that
path?
could be one.
Dude, I'd be a great
pitch
hockey
the guy.
goon on a baseball field these days.
That's probably why they reached out. Jesse Cole probably thought, oh, you know what? I could see him running through a couple guys. All right, Jim Fregosi at short, guys. Jim Fregosi, you got to go with him.
I don't even remember Jim Fregosi.
You don't?
No.
Wait, is Eckstein a second baseman?
Eckstein? I'm not going with Eckstein. No, yeah.
You're not going Eckstein?
No.
In what
listen
world?
Listen to what I got going over here, okay?
Sorry.
Sorry, dude.
For Fregosi at shortstop, right? Okay, let's go over the outfield. Right field, Got to go with Vlad Guerrero Sr., Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Okay.
Michael Nelson Trout out there in center, starting in the All-Star game today.
Yeah.
Garrett Anderson, rest in peace, recently.
Absolutely
Out in left
phenomenal
field.
pick.
Yeah.
And designated hitter, don't forget about the DH. He played 6 seasons as an Angel.
And no one remembers it. How weird is that?
Are you kidding me? 131 home runs in Dodger blue.
He's done that this year.
To 171 as an Angel. 40 more bombs for my Halos for Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
I will take that,
is
man.
so sad.
Thank you very
that is
much.
the
It's going to
saddest thing
change
I've
by
ever heard.
early 2027, Peyton.
And, of course, I'll take Nolan Ryan as well. Nolan Ryan.
That
on the
is
mound.
fair.
Okay.
He did pitch
Good.
3 no-hitters for the
Okay.
Angels. So
3?
that's pretty good. Wasn't it 3, or did he only do 2?
How about 7 no-hitters in his career?
I was talking
Oh, yeah,
about
for
only
the
with the
Angels.
Angels.
For the Halos.
That's okay. I'll take 7 no-hitters.
All right.
And,
Congratulations.
you guys did closer, too. Troy Percival.
Yes, no
course.
question.
Okay.
Famously gave up the biggest home run ever in the World Series.
Okay.
But
to Barry Bonds. It was
who was the closer? J.
J-Rod.
Yeah,
J-Rod. K-Rod.
K-Rod.
They called him
K-Rod.
K-Rod.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was absolutely awesome. That being said, there you go. There's your Angel love for the day. Good job, Peyton.
Good job,
I
Peyton.
actually
I think
really
David
like that team.
Eckstein being admitted or being left off the list is
It's
egregious.
painful.
But outside of that, I think it's a pretty good list.
I think it's a very, very good list.
No pool.
Thank you.
Peyton, sell the team.
right.
All right, guys, here we go. Let's talk a little bit about that home run derby last night because, man, oh, man. People were. I saw Jeff Passan yesterday kind of go off on it, saying, and I love Jeff, friend of the show. I think he's actually one of the, if not the very best baseball insider there is.
Yeah.
He was kind of crapping on it, talking about he didn't think it was going to be very good or watchable at all.
Yeah.
I am thrilled Jeff was wrong. This is the best home run derby I've seen in like over a decade.
Yeah, and to Jeff Passan's credit, he did quote tweet the awful announcing tweet of him on SportsCenter or whatever it was, saying that he thought it was going to be lackluster or thought it was going to be boring, and then called himself out saying Jeff Passan is an idiot. So at least Jeff is very self-aware and understood what he was saying.
It was such a good home run derby. Jordan Walker with the win. His coming out party. You knew it was serious when he showed up because he showed up there stone-faced, not a smile on it, just ready to hit bombs, turn the hat backwards like Lincoln Hawk straight out of over the top. A little bit of a throwback to Ken Griffey Jr. there. And by the way, that crowd, and that's what I got. Like, yes, listen, Philly fans, you're the worst. You know that.
Yeah.
But last night, just
fantastic.
You were fantastic. Everything. We have a supercut of the sound from last night that we played in the first segment. We're going to play it again. And my favorite aspect of this is not just the loud noises for Jordan Walker, not just the home runs, not just the outrageous come from behind victory against the magenta balls.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the crowd in Philly made this tournament exactly what it needed to be. Listen to this crowd.
6 for Jordan Walker. 3 swings left.
It's rocking.
Again, the number to beat. Kyle Schwarber's final round total was 11. There's another, number 7 for Jordan Walker. He has been impressive tonight,
And
man.
he can still tie it. Come on. Families believe it. One swing at a time, Jordan. That should do it. Get out.
Number 8 for Jordan Walker tonight in the final round.
So we've seen one magenta home run from Schwarber there. And now we're asking Jordan to hit us 3 to send it to a tiebreaker.
What may or may not be the final swing of the bat tonight.
At least get it to 10 for us. Come on. Jordan Walker has put on an absolute show, regardless of this last ball. To make it to the finals, he has shown the talent.
There we go.
That's 1.
Listen to that crowd go
Number
silent.
9 for Jordan
He
Walker.
is not done.
He has got a George Hendrick cool about him that is so impressive.
Unless.
Closer still with number 10. Wow. 1 more to tie, 2 to win it. Here we go. We are tied. Oh, man. Jordan Walker can upend the whole thing as one of the longest shots on the board with a home run right here. A homer wins it, a non-homer,
Listen
and
to
we're
the
going
crowd.
to a swing
Just
off.
like home run.
Wow.
That is the sound of a man who just made $1 million, and boy, does he rake.
For sure.
Awesome.
And that is the sound of a man who, at 24 years old, having his breakout Major League Baseball season with a ton of expectation after a great rookie year and being one of the top prospects for this Cardinals organization for a long time. That man that made $1 million with 12 home run swings in the final against Kyle Schwarber, not only feeling the enthusiasm, the $1 million prize, Cody, more than he makes this year in terms of salary.
Yep.
He makes less than $800K for 2026 on the actual diamond, made $1 million in one night in Philadelphia, and very much quieted that crowd.
So awesome. Quieted them. The crowd was electric. The boos that we got out of him,
good.
the boos that they got towards Wilson Contreras was just
Fantastic.
astonishingly great. But after this matchup, of course, between Schwarber and Jordan, we got a lot of great sound. Let's go to the most important interview that happened yesterday in the history of Major League Baseball. Let's talk to Jordan Walker's grandma.
Oh my God, I can't express it, but he knows. I've watched him since he was illegal playing baseball. He was too young to play. And I've been following him since he started, when they couldn't find cleats small enough for him. And he was truly engrossed. And I do believe this is his life calling. I believe it.
Awesome.
That's sick.
Just awesome. They were wearing jerseys, basically. It said Jordan's mom, Jordan's dad, Jordan's, I forgot what it said. I think it's a dearest, and I guess that was for grandma, I guess what he calls her, or dearie or something like that. It was awesome. The entire night was awesome.
Yeah.
The crowd was awesome. And also, the actual game itself, the actual rules breakdown. Now, we broke it down yesterday, and I like how simple they made it. I always appreciated the original home run derby. 10 outs, anything that's not a home run is an out.
Yeah.
I also understood that it was getting stale for its time, which I understood when we went to the timing aspect.
Yeah.
Now, I'll freely admit, the timing thing I never liked. I understood it, but I was just like, I just missed the old thing because we didn't get to appreciate each home run.
For sure.
And you could hear it and you could watch it in the game. Balls that are up in the air going like, dude, is it going to go? Is it the drama of each swing, the drama of each moment being in that box? And then, of course, watching everybody fail at the magenta ball. Everybody. Until the final when Kyle Schwarber hit one.
Yeah.
And when he hit that extra bonus one, everyone's like, well, this is a done deal, especially when he was down 3, Jordan Walker, going into the magenta ball. And he hits 4 in a row.
Crazy, man.
Off the magenta ball. And as somebody that has faced that magenta ball before, follow me on Instagram, Anti-Hero Baseball. I posted a clip of it yesterday in my stories just to remind people. Me at Dodger Stadium trying to hit the magenta ball. It's first pitch I saw with it. I'm yelling out loud as I'm swinging, oh my God, what is that? I can't see that. It was so weird to look at because the way it's thrown, because it's half white and half pink.
Yeah.
It looks like a strobe light has been thrown at you.
That's crazy.
So it's just really hard. It's just really weird to see that being thrown at you. It's hard to hit. So everybody struggled with it last night, but man, I loved this tournament.
That was crazy that I think was reminded when Kyle Schwarber was up there down to his final swing. Nobody has hit a home run on their final swing with the magenta ball, and in the final, Schwarbaum does it. Delights the crowd in Philadelphia. They were going absolutely berserk when he was up there putting on a show on that huge final stage. And then to have Jordan Walker hit 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th, truly to have a walk-off home run in a home run derby because of this new format, you really couldn't draw it up better for the electricity and the drama, because I thought early the change to the clock was good because it felt energetic. It felt like it added some intensity and some pressure. But then we weren't waiting for the balls to drop. We were hitting 3 balls basically before the camera could figure out what to do because you were just trying to get in as many hacks as you could in that 3-minute allotted time when we had the clock there for the home run derby. So last night it was great to see the ball fly, and I was worried there would not be as much drama, but when we got head-to-head, especially in the semis and then, of course, in the final, to have that drama, to have that pressure, and to have a moment where Jordan Walker rose to the occasion was incredible. And the Philly crowd was so great because I think Philly is fantastic because they are truly in love with their own, and they hate everybody else, and they hated all of the other 6 guys in the competition that were not Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber. Some Wilson Contreras feeded into it, and that made for great theater, especially in the semis against Schwarber. Jordan Walker seemed unfazed. But what was so good about the Philly faithful is that when Jordan Walker was coming back and putting on the show and doing the heroics and the historics, they kept cutting to his mom and dad in the stands. And at first the Philly fans were like, And then when he won and they showed their reaction and it was so genuine, the Philly fans around the Walker family could only be like, all right, that was cool.
It was awesome.
Yeah, good for you guys.
By the way, what do you think is better? And I'm going back and forth in my head. I'm glad Jordan Walker won this because I always love a big pop from the crowd because, yeah, they would have gone crazy if Schwarber won.
Yeah.
But that silence from the crowd was so much louder to me than anything they could have done. I thought that was watching Jordan Walker, 24 years old,
crazy,
silence that ballpark in that situation single-handedly by himself. He's not out there with a team.
No.
He is by himself getting booed by everyone humanly possible. And he shuts them all up. Dude, injected in my veins. Ice.
Incredible. And I love a crowd pop. It is one of my favorite things in sports. In fact, it makes me feel like why we do what we do is because of that genuine fan reaction. But to then be able to turn heel and silence that crowd at the same time, especially for an event like a home run derby, when you're the last guy up for this exhibition and to still put on that show. And what I always think is super cool is for these athletes that are playing in the big leagues, that are playing on the grandiose of all stages, still to see Jordan Walker's celebration and exuberance when he won, you could see how much he cared. You could see the passion that he took into this event and how much it meant to him. For me, that's always cool because it's like, oh, it's a home run derby. They're taking some hacks. It's an exhibition. It's All-Star Weekend. Who really cares? Jordan Walker cared the entirety of the time, treated it like the competitor that he is, and it paid off.
Absolutely. And let's go ahead and hear from that $1 million man after winning that $1 million, winning this tournament. Right after, here's Jordan Walker.
Everything that was going, I was like, I got some work to do, honestly. I mean, he had 11 homers out of 15 in Philly. Like, the odds were stacked against me in all honesty, but I just, I came in here still believing I could win. I never thought I could, I never thought I couldn't win. I think that helped me out a little bit.
What can I say? Handles himself great. First ever St. Louis Cardinal actually
Which is
do
also
it.
crazy.
Very, very cool because I would just assumed, because you're right. I right back to my memories going like, I vaguely remember Albert Pujols winning like 4 of these. Turns out, never won one. It's just so weird how your mind plays tricks on you on that one. But what was your thoughts on the broadcast? Because the broadcast has its ups and downs, and I'm happy it was good because opening day was just so bad.
Yeah.
And so Netflix, good job on that, except for one thing. Stop it, please, for the love of God. Stop it with the mid-home run derby interviews. Stop asking players what they think of it while a guy is hitting. There's plenty of downtime. You can ask them at any other time.
Yeah.
I mentioned it early in the show, I'm having so much trouble understanding why you're having CC Sabathia sideline report as if he's an intern out of college.
Yeah.
That is a Hall of Fame player interviewing whoever, but it was just so weird seeing him in a suit talking into the mics like, so what was your thought process going into this next thing? Well, that's fantastic. Back to you, Bob. That's not what you use CC Sabathia for.
No, I think having CC there could have been really cool because he's still one of the coolest guys in all of baseball. It wasn't very cool in terms of what he actually did. If you have athletes as a part of your broadcast, it's like Rob Gronkowski when he does Fox pregame shows, you got to let Gronk be Gronk. You got to let CC be CC and hang out with the guys. I would say in terms of the broadcast itself, we still are having trouble figuring out camera angles and what cameras to use during a home run derby. I think fans very simply want to see the athleticism behind these power swings and then see the ball fly into the stands and be like, that was super cool. That guy just hit a baseball 475 feet. What I really like, though, Barry Bonds, as a part of the coverage,
he did a great job.
Was fantastic.
He did a very good job.
Barry's not really involved in media much anymore. I hadn't really heard Barry Bonds speak in a while. He was awesome. He appreciated the event. He called it the best home run derby that he has ever seen. Sure, he is being paid by Netflix and Major League Baseball, but still.
Well, he's in one 30 years ago in that exact ballpark, and he won.
I thought he was really good because sometimes when
when
you get like the greatest of what they do, and Barry Bonds is the greatest home run hitter, you can debate how he hit all of those home runs.
Don't care. He is. The answer is he is the greatest home run hitter.
I still believe that Barry is the greatest home run hitter of all time.
Last I checked, Ben, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was called the steroid era, not the Barry Bonds did steroid era, correct?
Right. A lot of people do.
Just checking.
We talked about Paulo Duca on the show earlier.
What?
Today.
Mitchell Report? No.
Stop it. Baseball is cool if you hit the ball far. It's really fun. But sometimes when you get like the goats of what they do, they're not the greatest at explaining that to viewers, or they're not the greatest at conveying that to a TV audience that wants to hear their favorite athletes break things down. I thought Barry was great at that last night, so I really appreciated his part of the coverage.
Yeah, me too. And by the way, I think Barry Bonds gets a really bad rap because of a lot of things that he was with the media. My experience with Barry Bonds, I've never met someone more nice to me for no reason at all.
Yeah.
Like, I was blown away how good he was to me. Because I heard nightmare stories. I was expecting him to, like, kick me out of the cage and be like, you come in later when the stars are gone. He invited me over to hit with him and Dexter Fowler, and we ended up hitting together for like 3 weeks every day. He invited me to join them again the next day. We had like little competitions. I learned more from Barry Bonds hitting for an hour for 3 weeks every day than I did the previous 24 years that I was living.
That's pretty incredible.
It was unbelievable, and I couldn't get enough of it. But by the way, those of you who were wondering about those magenta balls, here's a good, wonderful sound of your boy by himself at Dodger Stadium hitting one of those magenta balls. And listen very faintly to the ball hitting the empty bleachers in the left field pavilion. Here it is.
Oh my God, that's so weird to see. I'm telling you, that is really hard to see.
But the ball still went out. I could do it. What's wrong with all you guys in the home run derby?
Thank you to Barry Bonds for teaching Cody Decker all that he knows about his power swing.
Couldn't have done it without you, Barry. Couldn't have done it without you. And Reggie Smith, who also got a shout-out in today's show.
Yes,
all right, guys, coming up, today is the day. It is the heavyweights. Ladies and gentlemen, Spain and France. Elimination game today at noon Pacific time. This World Cup has been electric, and I cannot wait to see what we're going to be getting in the Final Four here today between Spain and France. We will be discussing, Ben and I, here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. D-Fish not with us today. Of course, Ben Stevens sitting in for D-Fish today. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. You can get in the chat right now and join the conversation on YouTube at The Fan LA. We've been talking so many things. The Home Run Derby, which was electric last night. We had a blast with that. We got the All-Star Game tonight. Very excited. In the 9 o'clock hour, joining us live, the one and only Nick Swisher will be joining us, talking all things Home Run Derby, all things All-Star Game. And, of course, we could preview that Dodger-Yankees series that happens on later in the week. Earlier in the show, we had the great Russell Dorsey from Yahoo Sports joining us to talk all things Home Run Derby, Major League Baseball, and beyond. With that, if you missed that, go ahead on the Odyssey app, download, like, share, and subscribe to D-Fish and Decker on that Odyssey app. You can take us anywhere to go on the Odyssey app. Ladies and gentlemen, we got World Cup soccer today, and man, I am jazzed. I am fired up. This has been an unbelievable experience. And Ben, I haven't had a chance to talk to you about any of it yet. I have fallen in love with not just the World Cup. I am so into soccer now all of a sudden. And I've told people this from the get-go, and I'll freely admit, I have some old takes that very much live in the world of Twitter and Instagram all over the place, where I'm absolutely crapping on soccer for its boorish nature. And honestly, my bigger complaint was not necessarily of its boorish nature. I'm a fan of the game. My issue was always, I didn't like the camera techniques that were always done. I never liked the wide being the main source of the video. I'm like, can't we get this like a little more intense in there a little bit? That being said, watching this World Cup with the View and seeing actual best soccer in the world in our time zone has changed my perspective 100%. I'm used to seeing MLS soccer, which is not the very best. This is something different altogether. I'm in love with everything I'm seeing, and today is the matchup of the two biggest heavyweights we could ask for. We got Spain, and we got France.
I have loved this World Cup, every instance of it. Of course, I believed that the United States men's national team could make history, could get to a quarterfinal, could get to a semifinal. Heck, after they beat Paraguay in the opener 4-1, I thought that the United States could win a World Cup. Of course, that came to a screeching halt in the round of 16. I'm not going to give you my takes on how to fix American soccer. I did not play youth soccer at a club level. My parents did not pay for them. I don't have a kid that is there, so I don't have any very highbrow takes on how to fix United States soccer. What I think has been so cool, and my favorite thing about the World Cup, has been the visitors from other countries coming to the United States.
Been amazing.
And just fully reveling in everything the U.S. can be, whether it be Chili's, Applebee's, learning what brisket is for the first time, or just seeing this great country and meeting people. Because when you actually meet people, Cody, face to face, it's not what the online world would have for you to fear. That has been awesome. It has been great to see this country embrace soccer, embrace being the host nation, whether it's been for the United States or for others. That has been really, really cool. And I think often during this time of year when it's a little bit quiet in the sports calendar, to have those moments, to see those crowds all around the country has been incredible. So I've loved this World Cup, even with the U.S. out. I have been watching like it's appointment television in our quarterfinal matchups. And what we have in the semifinal in the last four
is gold.
Is unbelievable.
I am so excited for this matchup today, and I might even be more excited for England versus Argentina.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Like, that just has everything. Right now, I'm not going to be upset with whatever the final is going to be.
For sure.
As long as Argentina's not in it.
Listen, we saw France and Argentina in 2022.
Yes, we did.
I don't necessarily want to see the same thing. I don't know if I'm rooting
It seems like FIFA wants it.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm rooting for or against England. I don't really want the English to be there, but I think it would be very cool, almost in a heartbreaking way, to be one step away from its coming home and then get crushed by France. I think France is going to win.
That would be great. And I think France is going to win as well. By the way, that being said, recent history would say otherwise, because the Euros in 2024, 2-1 went to Spain.
Yeah.
And, of course, in 2025, Nations League semifinal, 5-4.
You see that
also
score?
went to Spain.
9 goals?
9 goals.
Between France and Spain?
We are in for a dynamite match today. That being said, Spain has had 3 clean sheets in a row. They've only given up 1 goal this entire tournament.
They're so
But that other man is Kylian Mbappe.
Yeah. It's been crazy. Every time I watch Spanish soccer, in whatever generation it has been, their ability to pass the ball like blows my. I watch Spain kick it just around, even if they're passing back around the halfway line. I'm always like, this is why the U.S. will never be this good. We never have this clean precision and control in the way that Spain does. Not necessarily that we need to replicate that, but Spain always blows my mind. But if you have watched France throughout this World Cup, and I feel like I have watched every French match, they look unbeatable at the moment. And I know that's the famous last words, but France looks so incredibly good. And with what they do with their attacking trio of Kylian Mbappe and Ousmane Dembele and Michael Olise, who has 5 assists in this World Cup, they're just so hard to beat that if anybody can break through this Spanish side, I think it's Mbappe and France.
I mean, they said it in the broadcast in the last game against Morocco, and it was as clear as day at the very end. They're like, Morocco did nothing wrong today. Morocco
played a great game.
Morocco played actually great, and they just paused. He was like, just sometimes you just run into the final boss, and it seems like France might very well be the final boss. Can I give you one argument why you would like to see England actually win the whole thing? And it's the only argument that exists.
Okay.
Unless, of course, you're English, and you're going to be very obnoxious after this, because that's what English fans will do.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, Liam Gallagher's Twitter will be amazing.
Okay.
Liam Gallagher will take all the credit for this because Oasis got back together, and I want to see the tweets. That is the funniest man that's ever existed in Liam Gallagher, and I want to see him take full credit for Wonderwall getting them over the hump. They get back together, and they win the World Cup. It's all Oasis.
Listen, I think that's a great pitch.
Yes.
If I needed to believe in England football, it would be exactly
It's
that.
only for the Gallagher brothers.
I love Jude Bellingham. I also kind of love Thomas Tuchel, the manager, and his best player, and Jude Bellingham starting to beef. That's kind of fun, because if they really hate each other and they still win a World Cup, that would be great. Every time I think about England soccer or England football, I think about, have you seen the video during COVID? A young man who is doing the song, like, I'll be your love, I'll be your, that one, and he is doing himself as everybody in the pub when everybody gets back together. And I think of that video each and every time. And if England wins, I will play it, I will post it, and I will be happy for them in the pub celebrations they have.
Very much so. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Ben Stevens in for D. Fish Day, who will be back joining us live here tomorrow morning. But Ben, let's switch it over to the Lakers real quick, but this might be real quick. Zaire Williams is now 1 year, $3 million with the Lakers. That move your needle at all?
It is a great move, Cody.
It is a phenomenal move.
That's another great wing player that's really not the wing player they want. But yes, Zaire Williams will provide a little bit of defensive, maybe spunk in the back end of the rotation.
Let's go through the list. Stanford for 1 year. I played at Sierra Canyon High School with Bronny. Also played at Notre Dame High School.
Yeah. He wasn't great at Stanford, by the way, but still was a top 10 pick. I think if he was better at Stanford, he probably would have been a top 5 pick, but he wasn't all that great in his lone year of collegiate basketball. Not a great three-point shooter, below 35% this past season, his best year with Brooklyn, but again, does some nice things, has some wing athleticism, really good defensively, has one of the top 10 highest steal rates for a small forward player in the NBA a season ago. But Jonathan Kuminga watch bores on for yet another day. And that will be the one that moves the needle in the wing position that the Lakers need.
Yep. But this one not really moving the needle a ton. Can we get Mitch on camera real quick? We got to have a conversation real quick, because I just learned something walking through the hall about Mitch that really was concerning.
Yeah.
Very, very concerning. I mentioned something about the movie Major League, and I think I quoted something walking by him. Yeah. And he didn't really react. And I was confused why he didn't react to that. I was waiting for him to come join me in the conversation, maybe say the next line out loud. It was something like along the lines, if I were to say the line like just a bit outside, I would expect somebody to come in and say, tried the corner and missed, just to finish out the line.
Give a shout out to Mr. Baseball, something there.
Anything. Oh, go Uke, awesome.
You.
Harry Doyle, anything.
Yeah.
He said he didn't see that movie.
Okay.
And I paused. I'm like, oh, well, have you seen other sports movies? He's like, not really. I'm like, well, you've seen Bull Durham. He asked me what Bull Durham was. Mitch, what the hell is wrong with you?
I'm sorry, I have not seen all of Cody Decker's essential movies. I'm working my way through my own watch list. I'm writing down the movies we're talking about on the show and trying my best to keep up with pop culture while also doing my job. But besides that, I have not seen Bull Durham. I actually Googled it, and it was not spelled even slightly how I thought. It could have been like
Durham's a city.
How do you spell Bull Durham, Mitch? What was your Google search?
Well, I was a student that went to Boulder, so I kind of spelled it like a boulder, like a rock, like Boulder.
That's I am so concerned with the education that you got.
You not knowing that movie exists.
You don't know how to spell bull?
And for the record, I looked up Major League the other day because I was on my own interest. I wanted to watch it, and I could only find the full length of Major League 2 on Tubi.
Don't watch that one.
So
there's a reason.
I went out of my way to try and keep up with you guys. Still did not meet the bar, but feel free to shoot some movies at me, and I'll put them on my list, and I'll try and get around to them.
Okay, well, let's go through. You haven't seen Major League, which, by the way, criminal. You haven't seen Bull Durham.
Great movie.
You belong in prison.
Fantastic acting, Mitch.
Amazing. Amazing stuff in Bull Durham. Have you seen Miracle?
Good sport.
I've seen miracles happen in real life, but I've not seen the movie Miracle, no.
Mitchell. Remember the Titans?
What is happening?
Remember the Titans I've seen. That's too low-hanging fruit.
Thank
you know
God.
I have to have seen that
for
one.
sure, but the Miracle is also maybe the most low-hanging fruit.
I mean,
I haven't seen Hoosiers. I still want to see Love and Basketball.
You can relax. Don't watch Hoosiers. Don't watch it. Come on.
Oh, I disagree.
Hoosiers is the most maybe overrated movie ever. Actually, I take that back. The second most overrated sports movie ever made, ever.
What's number one?
Field of Dreams is unwatchable, and we need to have this conversation. We all have to have a come-to-Jesus conversation here. Field of Dreams is terrible. In fact, you know what would be a better movie than Field of Dreams? Field of Dreams 2. You know why it would be a better movie? Because it would be a trial where Kevin Costner is going to prison for clearly the murder of the man he kidnapped in the previous movie.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I swear to God, he joined the ghost in the cornfield. Yeah, we know he did. You're going to prison, Kevin Costner.
That for a baseball guy, that's one of the craziest things I've ever heard.
It's unwatchable.
One of the great lines in the history of cinema. Is this heaven? No, it's Iowa.
And I've been to Iowa. You cannot confuse the two,
brother.
You just cannot confuse the two,
brother.
It concerns me that he confused the two. Tells me that in this story, Shoeless Joe might not have been in heaven. Guys, we're gonna take a quick break.
R.I.P. Shoeless Joe.
When we come back, Max Crosby says he's staying right where he's at, and we will discuss whether or not that is true in today's version of Hit It or Quit It right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. That's right. Let's bring in Peyton. Hey, Peyton! Let's hit it or quit it.
Hey, guys. All right. Yeah, you know what time it is. Let's waste no time. Let's get right into it. As we know, it was recently July 11th, 7-Eleven Day, as we like to say it. Today, now July 14th, of course. There was a report that just came out yesterday on ABC Action News that said a local Philadelphia man didn't drive, but he ran to 41 different 7-Elevens on 7-Eleven Day. A, how is that possible? B, how does that get in the news? C, hit it or quit it, guys, on making a run to 41 different 7-Elevens.
Is it free Slurpees or something?
Yeah. It's free Slurpees. So I didn't think I had to mention that.
So listen, I haven't had a Slurpee since high school, bro.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is a middle-aged man. You're trying to go for 41 different Slurpees.
Well, I guess, one, he's burning enough calories. That's a good thing.
For sure.
You're going to need to do that for the amount of sugar you're taking in. And hit it or quit it. I'm obviously going to quit it. Not because he's going to a bunch of 7-Elevens, but I ain't running that much, dude. What about training for? What is it, a marathon? I'm good.
Now, I would like to know in the greater Philadelphia area, how long is the distance between 41 7-Elevens? Now, there could be a 7-Eleven on every corner. I think that's more Wawa territory. So if it's less than 2 miles, I'll hit it because that's kind of a fun thing. He made the news. He drank a lot of Slurpees. You also run out of Slurpees very quickly on 7-Eleven Day because it is free and everybody congregates. For sure. He probably started this run before the break of dawn.
And how many were there?
41.
Well, that's impressive. 41. And I'm actually, you know what? I take that back. I'm going to quit it for a different reason.
Yeah.
He's a slacker. There are 50 to 55 7-Elevens in the greater Philly area, and he didn't hit them all. So, you know what? I'm no longer impressed.
I'm going to quit it, though. I would never run for a Slurpee. Never.
I would never walk for a Slurpee. No. Unless they sponsor the show, in which case I will go anywhere for a Slurpee.
True. That's a good point.
Think about it, 7-Eleven.
That's right. We love money here.
All right, now that we've all had a couple of days to gather our thoughts about the McGregor and Holloway fight, that's what you want to call it.
Meeting, handshake in the middle of the ring?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's one lingering element that no one's talking about, in my opinion, and that's the obvious comedy career that awaits Max Holloway.
Yeah, I mean, I had the man weak in the knees, I guess, so...
Someone signed that guy to a Netflix deal.
So hit it or quit it. Max Holloway has a future in comedy.
I mean, well, based on what the comedy scene is these days, possibly. I could definitely see him on Kill Tony saying absolutely nothing funny.
I'll hit it.
Yeah,
because if I don't say I'll hit it, he'll hit me. So I'll hit it.
And he's got a pretty good right hook, and I don't feel like clearing that. So
I don't want to blow out my knee before a fight to just have Max Holloway tell me a joke. So, hit it.
That's the next Carlin, dude. Everybody knows that. They've been saying that for years.
I agree. Okay, good. Yeah. I'm glad we're all on the same page.
Yeah, we're going to hit that.
All right. Well, apparently the Dallas Mavericks, Klay Thompson, getting some interest from the Miami Heat. But keep in mind, he's 36 years old, coming off his worst offensive season.
And a real bad breakup.
Yeah.
Really bad breakup.
Real bad breakup.
Bad offensive season, and we all know his defense, of course. I don't have to talk. Well, Ben, let's just say he's slower than Cody reaching for a lunch check. Hit it or quit it on Klay Thompson still being able to help a team win.
Hit it on Peyton's comedy career, that's
Mitch,
for sure.
Mitch, get back on camera. Mitch, who paid your bill yesterday? Just want to get this on the record real quick. Take your time, Mitch.
Mitch?
Hey,
Mitch?
I didn't say anything. I'm sitting over here.
I know. I need you as a character witness.
Did he pay for you, Mitch?
I went on a nice day with Cody Decker. We ran some errands. We drove around the city of Los Angeles.
We did.
And we ended with a nice drink at O'Brien's Pub.
And did you pay for the bill?
I was not the person that paid for the bill. I was taken care of me by someone. Someone in the conversation currently, just for the record.
Thank you.
And Mitch pays you back by spelling Bull Durham
incorrectly.
I just want to say I'm not throwing anyone under the bus here. No idea where Mitch's comedy career is coming from.
Mitch, defend me, damn it. What's wrong with you? I bought your drinks.
I'm going to jump Peyton in about 3 seconds. Wait till we go to commercial break.
All right, continue your conversation, Peyton.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. What we were going to say was hit it or quit it, of course, on Klay Thompson still being able to help a team win this late in his career.
Quit that.
I'm going to quit that right now.
Could he go to the Heat and be there and kind of get into early retirement in South Florida? For sure, I'll hit that.
And he loves boating, so it's a great place for him.
Listen, Klay Thompson, single, on the loose in South Beach.
Hey.
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
It's a dream come true. It's an absolute dream come true. gave up Megan Thee Stallion.
I mean, truly. I question not just his defensive ability, if he can still shoot the three ball.
I question his mind.
What's the IQ like?
It's not
What's
good.
What's the IQ like?
It's not good.
I'll quit that.
That's a tough decision to make.
I mean, how do you mess it up?
It's not the decision I would have made, Bob.
How do you mess it up?
I don't know.
You were there.
Not great, Bob.
Not great.
Not great. Yeah.
Back to you, Bob.
Back to you, Bob. As CC Sabathia would say.
All right, Jay-Z, guys, we're talking about Jay-Z.
Okay.
Had 3 shows over the weekend at Yankee Stadium. The first 2 went great. Started around 9 o'clock, normal show time, and went there normal time to around midnight. But Sunday night, there was a bit of an issue. After a few hundred people without tickets tried to sneak in, security was forced to shut down all of the gates. No one was allowed in or out of the stadium. And, that includes A$AP Rocky, Tyler, the Creator, and Usher, who were scheduled to perform that night, and they couldn't get in. But even they were locked out. So that 9 p.m. show turned in to a midnight show that went till 3 in the morning. So hit it or quit it on waiting 3 hours for a Jay-Z concert.
If there was anybody I was going to wait 3 hours for,
in New York City,
it would probably be Jay-Z at Yankee Stadium, Peyton. Yeah. I'll hit it.
You know what?
I'll stay.
Yeah, dude, I'm going to hit it too. Because I would have said quit it. I absolutely would have said quit it. But now you got to party at Yankee Stadium till 3 in the morning? That's kind of badass. And that's a memory, like, you might have been really annoyed at the time.
Yeah.
But when you left at 3, you're like, dude, that was quite the epic experience.
I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
I would hit it. I would stay.
I'll hit it. And plus, it's in the Bronx. What were you going to do? Go across the street and do a bar? There's nothing to do there.
Not the answers I was expecting.
Oh,
from either one of you.
Listen, man, it's Jay-Z. Sometimes you make him wait.
Let them wait. They'll wait.
They'll wait. If you're important enough, they'll wait.
All right, we're going to move on to the FanDuel customer that lost a lot of money on their sportsbook.
Oh, my God, this is so bad.
Yeah, so much. He lost so much to the point where he's suing FanDuel now for basically fueling his gambling addiction. FanDuel asked Bryce Harper to make a personalized video on Cameo. We've all seen Cameo, right? We know what Cameo is.
Yeah, we know Cameo.
So they asked him for a video on Cameo for a special customer, but FanDuel ended up using it for promotional purposes. Bryce Harper shared yesterday, and I quote, "I did not know FanDuel would do this. I did not consent to it, and FanDuel had no right to do it. Had I known FanDuel's true intent, I would not have made the video." Hit it or quit it on Harper having no idea that FanDuel would use the video for this promotional purpose.
Yeah, I'll hit it. I do believe he would not have known that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these people get cameos just put in front of them, and they just do them. It's a price that they have to pay, and yada, yada, yada. That being said, FanDuel, Major League Baseball has got to do something about this. Because here's the thing. We talked about the CBA earlier and the things that have been shown back and forth. There is one thing that the Players Association have asked for that I think needs to be done, but I don't think it's going to be possible. How you get the toothpaste back in the tube? Yeah. Getting rid of prop bets. Yes, I totally understand, but you're not going to stop gamblers at this point from doing prop bets, so it's quite frankly dead in the water as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
But some adults got to step in the room and tamper down exactly how sports gambling is being handled, specifically by the leagues that are in bed with them. And Major League Baseball, which currently has like 4 guys that are being indicted by grand juries right now for gambling problems, this is bad. I'm sorry. Somebody's got to fix this.
You've made your deal, and now you kind of have to lay in that bed that you have made. I also hit it, by the way, that Bryce Harper did not know the extent or the intention of said video. What I quit is, why does Bryce Harper need to be on Cameo in the first place?
Yeah, that's a bit weird. What are you doing?
Like made like $500 million in his Major League Baseball career.
I need to go on Cameo for like
Cody
25
Decker
cents.
on Cameo?
Like, that's what. No, I'm not, because who the hell would pay me 25 cents?
I would do 25 cents for like a birthday wish from Cody Decker.
Are you threatening me with a good time?
Yeah.
Actually, I think if you use your card, it has to be at least $1, Cody. So I don't know if we could even use you on Cameo.
See, that's terrible.
Peyton is a nicer way to say that. You know?
Yeah.
We could start like a new Cameo where we lower the limit.
Yeah, it's a hostile work environment.
Yeah.
I'll quit Bryce Harper being on Cameo.
Yes.
I hit that he knows, or that he did not know what that video was going to be used for. And I also hit that something needs to be done in terms of where gambling is involved in professional sports leagues. Fans just kind of want to be fans and enjoy the game.
Absolutely.
Let's get back to the court. Lakers are under some fire here for Bronny James not playing in Summer League this year. It's been a lot of talk. We've already seen him attend some of these games, right? He's been at them. He's sat courtside like he's a 6-time All-Star rooting on the rookies, you know? So this Bronny guy, though, his dad's not coming back. Next year. We all know that.
That's true.
Here to play L.A. No, he's not.
Who's his dad?
LeBron James.
Oh wow, I've heard he's good.
Yeah,
he's good at basketball.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
So hit it or quit it on Bronny James not playing in Lakers Summer League hoops this year.
He's been in the league for 2 years.
Yeah. Hit it.
Yeah, he should be in Summer League. I hit it. It's embarrassing.
You want him to be in Summer
I do
League.
now, because why not?
I quit it. Bronny is a 2-year NBA veteran.
He is now a
with
2-year
a
NBA
guaranteed contract. His father did a great deed for his son.
And made sure that contract was guaranteed before Rich Paul definitely did not leak that to Shams Charania that he's leaving the Lakers.
Shams just is really good.
Shams is just really good at his job. And
Really
Rich
good.
Paul, I saw, said that it's not coming from him. And we all believe Rich Paul, right?
Always.
Right?
Good job, Rich.
Phenomenal job, Rich. You're doing a great job this offseason. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, we got so much to talk about in the upcoming hour. Of course, Home Run Derby, tonight's Major League Baseball All-Star Game, and of course, Nick Swisher joining us at 9:30 right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Of course, D-Fish not with us today. The great, the one, the only Ben Stevens joining us, sitting in for D-Fish today. And we've had a lot to talk about. Of course, last night, the home run derby that was the Jordan Walker absolute coming out party. Of course, we touched a little bit on the World Cup matchup that is taking place today. Elimination match between Spain and France. That's about as heavy hitter as it humanly can get. That match will be live at noon here Pacific time. I know where I'm going to be. Where have you been watching these? Have you been like hitting up random bars? Have you been like just watching them on your own? Like, what's that been like?
I have been watching mostly on my own. I live in the South Bay in Hermosa Beach. Windows always open. It has been very fun to hear, because I'm not far from the pier where all the bars are, all the screams in the exclaims. And it's kind of fun in soccer. It kind of spoils the moment ever so slightly, but when you are watching a sport where not much happens, when you get a little like, ooh, you like know that you need to be locked in on the TV. Today, though, the LA Galaxy starting something in Hermosa Beach around the pier called the Summer of Soccer Celebration, something of the sort, where they have now put up basically what looks like a concert venue of big screen TVs.
Very nice.
So I think play the World Cup semifinals and the final on Sunday. It's just a short stroll from my apartment, so I might make a walk on the beach and watch a little France and Spain.
Absolutely love it. My spot down there, I'm always down there. I watched a couple of World Cup matches down in Hermosa Beach as well. Yeah. I was watching it at Vista right on the corner. And funny enough, Frankie from Vista just texted me because he heard that Mitch has not seen all of these movies.
Needle mover.
He just went ahead and said, and I quote, this is a great quote, "These kids are lost, man." He also says you got to watch Slapshot, of which I agree. Mitch, add Slapshot to your list of movies that you have to watch. Also, add The Natural. It's in the chat. Everybody in the chat has said The Natural. May I also suggest A League of Their Own, an underappreciated gem. And to this day, I still say this, I still think it's Tom Hanks' greatest performance.
I would also agree with that. A League of Their Own was like a movie I watched on repeat, I believe the summer of 2007.
It's so good.
Really, really good movie.
Ages really well, too.
Really good.
And by the way, you know what? Madonna, really good in it.
Really good.
She's like really good in it.
Sensational.
Yeah, what a movie.
Her pairing with Rosie O'Donnell?
Oh,
that was some casting.
Dude, that lasted that relationship lasted like 15 years of comedy stuff.
They did really good.
They did. Good for them. I'm glad they were friends. All right, guys, we got an all-star game tonight that we got to talk about, because here's the deal. You talked about it when we had the great Russ Dorsey on earlier on in the show. And of course, if you missed that, you can go on the Odyssey app and check it out. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to D-Fish and Decker on the Odyssey app. Take us anywhere you want to go. Russ was mentioning, how the dominance, and you mentioned the dominance. Right now, the Major League Baseball is very, very much that of the NBA right now when it comes to the divisions. The National League is the Western Conference. It's a juggernaut of teams over and over and over. The classic bad teams are all of a sudden in the hunt. You got the Pirates in there in the hunt. You got the Reds in there in the hunt. You currently have the Seattle Mariners currently holding the wild card spot. Even though they have that wild card spot, right now I think they're like the biggest disappointment in the American League now. They're a game under 500 hosting one of those wild card spots. That's a problem. We currently have 6 spots available for the playoffs in the American League side, and one of them is under 500. So to say that it's anyone's game in the American League side is an understatement. Where you look at the National League side, I mean, the Cardinals are on the outside looking in right now, a game out. They're 5 games over 500. Pirates, same thing, 2 games out. 3 games over 500. D-backs, they're 2.5 out. 2 games over 500. All of these teams over 500 in the mix. It's a very unique time. The National League is a juggernaut. The American League isn't, and frankly, really kind of hasn't been for the last 5 years, yet the National League never wins.
Which is insane.
Insane.
The American League, people, has lost 5 All-Star games since 1997.
Crazy.
That's a wild stat. They have won 10 of the last 12, and that includes last year, in which we were tied at the end of regulation, and we had the first ever swing-off in the history of the Midsummer Classic.
Didn't love it.
And Schwarbaum.
I understand, but I didn't love it.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird.
By the way, I've been having this argument with so many people who are like, what if we did penalty kicks in baseball? I'm like, we tried it.
Yeah.
We tried it in the All-Star game, and I got to tell you, it sucked.
A little bit weird.
It sucked.
It was a little bit weird.
Bringing out the pitcher it's just like, it didn't work.
But again, that is the American League dominance of how good they have been in the All-Star game. And a lot of times I thought, in years previous. It was because they had the DH, it was what they were used to, and they were slotted in as such. When you look at the starting lineups tonight, Cody Decker, to me, there is no comparison in terms of who has the better starting nine.
Talk to me.
It is the National League by a mile. And some of that for the American League is guys like Vladdy Jr. not playing in this game. Reigning American League Rookie of the Year, who was supposed to slot into his spot at starting first base, Nick Kurtz, who is also out of this game. No Aaron Judge, no Byron Buxton because of injury. Yes, the NL does not have Shohei Ohtani, and that is a difficult loss. But because of some of those absences for the American League, I really look at the National League as the team that should be favored, that should win tonight.
It's no question.
On paper, like, it has to be. It's
Like, we
in
can go-
Philadelphia. Christopher Sanchez is getting the start for the NL.
Which the place will be loud for.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I want to bring this up to you. Zach Wheeler backing out. What are your thoughts on that? Because, dude, I'll admit, I agree he should have been initially brought in. But you had to know you were getting in. What are you doing? Like, what is this? I throw the ego out for a second, my guy. It's in Philly. You're having an all-star season.
Yeah.
You know how all-star games work. Why are you getting so butthurt over this?
You knew that you were going to be named an all-star.
Yes.
At some point, it's just how it works. Injuries come, pitchers who can't pitch on rotation, all of that good stuff.
It's why I knew Robleski was going to be an all-star. Now,
sure.
not enough people were talking about it, but he was definitely going to be an all-star. He has top 5 numbers in all of Major League Baseball across the board.
Yeah, and it was an interesting take from Zach Wheeler because it is in Philadelphia. I understand the initial. I should have been an all-star all the way the entire time. I can understand that original standpoint. To be in Philadelphia, to pitch in front of your home crowd when you are having all-star worthy stuff, I think at a certain point, he was just like, I'm not going to be the 5th guy that you go to. Like, I'm not going to be your sloppy seconds or your second fiddle. But I think Zach Wheeler should have been an all-star from the jump. I think he also should have appreciated the all-star recognition that was clearly going to come his way at a certain point. The Phillies have 6 all-stars, the most among Major League Baseball teams alongside the Los Angeles Dodgers because of the addition of Justin Robleski. So that would have given them 7 in the highest nod. The Dodgers now tied alongside.
That's right. But here, let's take a look at, let's go position by position on who we actually think is the better team. All right, let's start with DH. You mentioned no Shohei Ohtani. Oh, poor National League. You just got to replace him with the DH who has 32 home runs and barely missed out on winning another home run derby last night, Kyle Schwarber. Here's the question, though. It would seem like Kyle Schwarber, no question, he's the best DH in this game. However, on the American League side, that man's name is Yordan Alvarez. Yeah. So, who's got the edge, American League or National League, for the DH tonight?
I am going to give the National League the nod because it is in Philadelphia and Schwarber is leading off the game. If Dylan Cease does not come correct with that very first pitch to Schwarber, the ball will leave the park.
I agree. I'm with you. I'm also giving the slightest of lead to Kyle Schwarber, who is leading off. Let's go over to our left fielder. National League. Hitting second today, we got Juan Soto.
Yeah.
That is not a bad left fielder to have, to say the least. On the American League side, he's batting 8th out of Detroit, Riley Green. By the way, Riley Green, one hell of a left fielder, great power in that bat, and I feel like not enough people know who Riley Green is because of the Detroit of it all.
Correct. Riley Green is a sensational player for the Tigers, deserves the all-star nod. There is no question the advantages with the National League and Juan Soto, who has been the lone bright spot for the New York Mets in baseball this year.
One bright spot.
And it's
him.
It's been a difficult year.
It's been tough.
In Flushing outside of that.
I think it's been hilarious, but that's just me. There's something I really get. I don't know why. I played for the Mets. I liked the Mets organization.
I love the Mets.
Have no issues with the Mets at all.
Yeah.
But there's something about it that I take just some sort of innate joy in the utter pain and suffering that Mets fans go through every year.
They find the most outrageous and comical ways to suffer in defeat. That is why I think the New York Mets are from the outside, a fun team to laugh at. I lived in New York City, like you, Cody. I lived there for 8 years. 2 of my best friends from college, my first 2 roommates in New York, diehard Mets fans. I watched so much Mets baseball in my life because of them. So I have a natural affinity, a natural love for the Amazons. And I know how painful it is to be a fan of this New York Mets team.
It is.
But again,
it must be
ways
most painful
to
now.
suffer. Yeah.
It might be the most painful it's ever been. And I think that's funny.
It should be kind of good, and it's just
but it's not.
The money's there, folks.
Oh, the money's there. But I thought if you spent money, you're buying the championship. Isn't that what everybody says about the Dodgers?
That's what I've been told.
Oh, well.
But Justin Robleski's an all-star, and he was bought for...
Excuse me. Major League minimum, Justin Robleski. Speaking of Major League minimum, Andy Paz, also Major League minimum, starting in center field tonight for the National League. However, this might be a lean towards the American League because that man's name is Mike Trout.
In the year 2026, it is not. In the year 2026, I would take Andy Pages over Mike Trout.
If we're talking about a future thing, maybe, but I'm still not ready to let go of Mike
Trout.
I'm not ready to let go of
tonight.
Mike.
12th All-Star nomination, 12th All-Star game for Trout, and of course, the native of southern New Jersey.
Yes.
In Philadelphia, his basically hometown. It is going to be an electric atmosphere.
Absolutely is. I'm taking the lean over to Mike. Mike, 3 MVPs in that man, one of the greatest players of all time. But does he have the Arizona League MVP from 2009? Nope. Belongs to me. Sorry, Mike. I won. That's right. I have a Mike Trout. I have an MVP award over Mike Trout.
Wow.
Something not many people in the history of mankind can say. Boom. Nailed it. Doesn't matter that I was 23 and he was 18. Doesn't matter. What matters is I have it. He doesn't. Hardware.
Wow.
Like it. Right?
Cody Decker, I'm in awe.
Right field. Yankees former friend of the show and program and city, Cody Bellinger, man.
Yeah.
One of the Yankees to get into this upcoming thing. You got Cody Bellinger there in right field, and we got Brandon Marsh for the National League side. Who are you giving the lean towards?
I'm going to give the nod to Belly. Cody Bellinger has
Me
been
too.
sensational this year for the Yankees, and they have needed it because of all of the injuries to that lineup, to that starting staff. So I will give the nod to Cody Bellinger, but Brandon Marsh has been sensational for the Phils. 15 home runs, 46 RBIs at the break, batting above 300. He has been really, really good. And when you think of the Phillies, you think of Kyle Schwarber, you think of Bryce Harper, you think of all the starting staff that they have, even some of the bigger name players. Brandon Marsh has been really the difference that kind of, I think, elevated Philly once Don Mattingly took over.
Absolutely. And that team, by the way, is what I worry about for the Dodgers the most of any team.
Dude.
They are a potential landmine that they can run into them. And wait for it, if the Arizona Diamondbacks get in the playoffs, I worry about the Arizona Diamondbacks.
When you look at the Phils, especially for me, like a postseason pitching 3-man rotation of Christopher Sanchez, Zach Wheeler, and Jesus Luzardo.
Nasty.
Scary.
It's nasty.
Scary.
Absolutely nasty. Let's look at the catchers in tonight's All-Star game. Of course, here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Hitting third for the American League, Shea Langoliers out of Sacramento. And on the National League side, out of Atlanta, we got Drake Baldwin. I'm giving the lean over there to Shea.
I would agree.
What a year he's having. And by the way, kind of a sneaky year that everybody there in Sacramento's having.
Yeah, they're a very fun team offensively because of the pop they have, and Shea Langoliers is kind of one of those guys that fully embodies that. So I'll give it to Shea in the American League at the catcher spot.
I don't care. If you're looking at the home runs, you're going to make one decision. But I'm not looking at the home runs only. First base, if you give me the choice of Freddie Freeman or anyone, I'm probably going to choose Freddie Freeman.
Right.
So I apologize, Ben Rice. Incredible season with 29 home runs. I'm still giving the lean over to Freddie.
I'm going to give it to Frederick as well.
It's
batting
hard
in
not
the
to.
3 spot. Ben Rice has been great.
Amazing. In fact, the
Great
Yankees
this
are
year.
only here where they're at because of Ben Rice.
Yeah, he has been great this year. He's got some familiarity now with the bank and was in the home run derby last night. Got to give it to Frederick.
This one might surprise you a little bit, but let's go over there to second base. We got our hands on Ozzie Albies from the National League out of Atlanta and from the wonderful city of Toronto. Ernie Clement hitting 9th.
Ooh.
I'm giving the lean to Ernie Clement.
I would as well, but Ozzie Albies has done some really fun things this year
good.
for the Braves.
Yes, he has.
Ernie Clement, just the guy that's always going to be there, getting on base for the bigger
grinder,
bats in the
dude.
lineup. Ernie Clement. I'll lean. I'm actually going to give a slight 51-49 edge to Ozzie Albies.
Okay, I'm doing the exact same, but for Ernie Clement.
Fair.
Let's go to shortstops tonight. Dude, C.J. Abrams getting the call and batting 4th tonight.
If you have not watched this Nationals team, they're super fun. Their offense is incredible. James Wood, a reserve tonight. Think he could be a potential MVP-type sleeper when he comes into this game because of his pop, because what he does with the bat. But C.J. Abrams has been great. Top 10 in RBIs basically all year long in Major League Baseball. Really fun Nats team. Their pitching is atrocious. Their bullpen is one of the worst in baseball. Might be the worst in baseball.
I actually laughed at, and I'm not saying this because he's a bad pitcher. I just couldn't believe he's still in the league because I played with him in like 2013. I can't believe Miles Michaelis is still here.
It's crazy, man.
It's mind-boggling to me that Miles Michaelis is still here.
Every time you see Miles Michaelis on the bump, you should look to the other side. I got to give it to Bobby Witt, but I do really, really like C.J. Abrams in this Nationals team.
Peyton, what do you got?
Well, I was surprised no one had Michaelis throw to them in the home run derby last night.
Wow. Peyton.
I didn't say that.
Miles Michaelis has a family, man.
Miles, I didn't say that. That was all Peyton, and I disagree. I don't disagree. Okay, let's take a look at third base. Dodgers Max Muncy versus and listen, I love Max Muncy, but the other one's Junior Caminero.
It's got to be Junior Caminero.
It's Junior Caminero. He's unbelievable.
He's been berserk. Berserk since the middle of June.
And by the way, Peyton, honest question for you. You are a diehard Angels guy, and I'm not saying this to beat down on you. When you see Junior Caminero doing what he's doing, that has to piss you off as an Angel fan, considering the fact you know he should be an Angel right now, right?
Of course. And you know what also gets me upset is that they signed Jaime Candelario over the offseason. And a lot of people thought they were the same person.
Yeah,
it was awful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so brutal. The poor Angel fans.
This guy's got 13 home runs since, I believe, June 23rd.
He's unbelievable.
And he had, entering Saturday, he did not hit a home run in the final 2 games against the Mariners of their final weekend set for the Rays before the All-Star break. But entering Saturday, he had hit a home run in 5 of the last 10 for Tampa, and I think 11 of the last 17 games. Guy's been nuts. Speaking of players that kind of boomed off the platform of winning a home run derby, Junior Caminero last year exploded onto the scene. Could be something similar for Jordan Walker.
Very, very excited. I'm excited for everything in there. And then last but not least, starting pitchers. We got Dylan Cease, who, man, you talk about bright spots for a team. For a team like the Toronto Blue Jays, who had played arguably, and I'm not kidding, I still say it's the greatest World Series I've ever seen in my lifetime.
It's incredible.
I'm not even certain there's been a close second. That's how incredible it was. Dude, Dylan Cease is the only pitcher that has survived the first half of the season. Everybody on the Blue Jays have gotten hurt, from Scherzer to Bieber to Yesevich. You name it, they have gotten hurt. And this has been the one guy keeping these guys together with duct tape. They're 2.5 out of a wild card spot as we stand.
I wouldn't say it was controversial because that would make it seem like people are really angry on one side or the other. But it was a big decision for his manager, John Schneider, to give the nod to Dylan Cease in favor of Cam Schlittler, who has been sensational this year for the Yankees. He goes with Cease. Cease has been incredible, had a near no-hitter last week, has not allowed a single run in his 2 outings in the month of July, hasn't given up a home run since the end of May. Cease has been really, really good for the Blue Jays in his first year with Toronto. I'm still going to trust Christopher Sanchez in front of the home crowd, throwing out the very first pitch of the night against the American League. I'll give the nod to the National League starter and the National League arms just in general.
I'm going to do the exact same, so let's just get to it, the nitty-gritty. If you were to make your pick right now, what is the score of this game and who wins?
I often favor the pitchers in all-star games because you're going to get their best for 4, 5, 6 outs. So I'm going to say the National League wins by a final score of 5-3.
I like it. I'm going National League, but I'm expecting some bats today.
Okay.
I think we're going to get a few extra swings in there. I'm going for a bigger game. I'm thinking we're going to have ourselves finally, because I've been waiting for an all-star slugfest for a while.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like an 8-5 matchup.
Oh,
here.
love that.
And that's what I'm hoping
I would
we're
rather an 8-5 score than a 5-3 score.
I want to see the bats swing it today. Because, listen, let's not mince words here. Last few all-star games for the last few years, because pitching is what it is now, they have been pitching duels, guys are getting shut down because where the metrics have shown of what we've done pitching side have just gone up, what the human body is capable of. It has not done the same thing on the hitting side. It has just been flatlined, and hitters have not. People always use guys can't hit 300 anymore. Yeah. When guys hit 300, everyone threw 87 miles per hour.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do the J.J. Redick, plumbers and electricians talk, but they were plumbers and electricians talk. It is. The game is just different now.
Yeah, it very much is. And I think when you have these instances where it's best on best, when you know you only are going to be out there for 3, 4, 5 guys, you are going to see these pitchers absolutely throw. And I think that we are going to see that in a big way from Christopher Sanchez. We'll see that from Big Miz. We're going to see probably at least 10, 15 pitches tonight, Cody, that are at least 103, 104 miles per hour from Jacob Mizorowski and Chase Burns. It's going to be impressive stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Right now, by the way, baseball talk right now. Coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Later on in the show, guys, coming up after this next break, the one, the only former All-Star Yankee, White Sox. He was a former A.
An A.
Man, ladies and gentlemen, the great Nick Swisher joins the program to talk all things baseball, preview this upcoming Yankee-Dodger series, and, of course, tonight's All-Star game. So much to talk with Nick Swisher right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Ben Stevens in for the great Derek Fisher, who will be rejoining us again tomorrow morning live right here at 6 a.m. on the new Fan. Guys, you can also check us out right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. Join the conversation, join the chat, and of course, we want to hear from you, 855-97-LA-FAN. We've been talking everything under the sun when it comes to the world of sports. That's right, we've been talking about, you name it, we've done it. The All-Star Game, which is tonight. And I do love the next episode, but I do think we can touch the tone. Next episode is great, but I thought we could turn that down a little bit. That being said, we got Nick Swisher joining us any minute now to talk all things All-Star Game. And here's the other thing. Yeah. Definitely a great guy to talk with, Ben, was about the Home Run Derby, because he has been one of the stars for Major League Baseball's Home Run Derby X that has been traveling all throughout the world. So I'm looking really forward to chatting him up about what that's been like with them trying to get the word of Major League Baseball around international markets, specifically with their version of the Home Run Derby. Very fascinating to me that they've been doing it. So looking forward to talking with Nick Swisher about that. Not to mention, on top of that, we also get to talk about the Yankees and the Dodgers, which is the upcoming series. Looking very forward to chatting with him about that. But real quick, we want to get everybody to call in right now. 855-97-LA-FAN, because we're giving away 2 tickets to Monster Jam. Nothing compares to the one and only Monster Jam, with awesome trucks, amazing stunts, big air, and action-packed excitement. It is the definition of fun for everyone. See the world's most popular trucks like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Sparkle Smash, and more, only at Monster Jam. You can't get this kind of wow just anywhere. Once you experience Monster Jam live, you'll become a fan for life, and we are waiting for caller number 6. The 6th caller that calls in, 855-97-LA-FAN, gets 2 free tickets to Monster Jam. Call us right now. Of course, that's 855-975-2326. Get your hands on that, Peyton, and of course Aaron, and of course Crash Mitch over there is doing everything they can right now to get you your tickets. The calls are already coming in. We're looking for caller number 6 to get your hands on some Monster Jam tickets. All right, guys, we got an All-Star Game tonight, and who better to talk to than a man who has lived it in every sense of the phrase. That's right, he's not just an All-Star in Major League Baseball, he's an All-Star at life. You can check him out over there with the Yes Network. You can check him out talking Yankees all over the time, because he is a Yankee legend. He also has the best damn hair Major League Baseball has seen in the last 40 years. You can also check him out on All That Smoke podcast with Matt Barnes. He is the one, the only Nick Swisher. What up, Swish?
What's good, fellas? What's happening, baby? Yo, hey, I'll take that intro anytime you got it, baby. I'll take it, man. I will take it. And that promo you just cut a second ago, let's go, baby. You've been getting some reps in, dog.
Oh, baby, paying them bills. Somebody's got to do it, Swish. I'm just saying, you've been doing all these MLB Home Run Derby X things all over. You need me to introduce you coming in. Let me be your Bobby Heenan, man.
Hey, man, ain't no doubt. I mean, we saw Buffer last night, bro, at the Home Run Derby. You could pull that off, bro. You got that, no doubt. No doubt.
Hey,
you could be a Buffer.
Dude, I won't say let's get ready to rumble, because I don't want to pay him a bunch of money right now, but I can do something like that. Swish, man, how you doing, my guy? How are you in Philly right now, by the way?
Yeah, actually, we just got done. We were doing a little promo, a little event for Bob Kendrick in the Negro League Museum, which was absolutely amazing. And just, bro, just like anybody does, All-Star Week is so amazing. MLB does such a tremendous job. I mean, you got the best stars of our game. You've got all sorts of celebrities, the whole nine. The Home Run Derby last night was off the charts. I really enjoyed that new setup. We were a little nervous to see, if it was going to continue to keep itself going, how fast it would be. Would guys take too many pitches, the whole nine? But it ended up being absolutely amazing. Jordan Walker, bro, when he came up second after Schwarber put on that epic round, everybody in the whole stadium was booing him. Bro, Jordan was hitting balls 470 feet, and you couldn't hear a sound in the stadium. Nobody was cheering. Because everybody wanted Kyle Schwarber to win, but I think that also just goes to show you, baby, we in Philly, bro. And if they'll boo Santa Claus, bro, they'll boo anybody, you know?
I think Jordan should just be thrilled he didn't get batteries thrown at him. That's a victory.
Straight-faced killer when he went up there. Straight-faced and ready to go. The competitor he is, and we saw the enthusiasm, Nick, when he won on the walk-off home run in a home run derby. You, a World Series champion, an all-star yourself during your Major League Baseball career. What is your absolute favorite part of playing in the Midsummer Classic?
Well, I think just in general, just being part of it, right? I think just at the end of the day, I remember walking in the locker room and I just looking around and I'm thinking to myself, this is the best in the biz. These are the best that we've got, and I'm one of them. And it was such an honor to be in the room with those guys. But I'm not going to lie, boys. That home run derby back in 2010 was amazing. It was so much fun. But fellas, that home run derby, and see, you've been part of it, bro. You know that when you take that turtle away and there's no batting practice cage, it gets a little more tight. It gets a little more tight in there for sure. So I just think in general, man, it was so much fun to be part of. That was the year in 2010 when Big Papi won it in Anaheim. And I just remember being there and I'm standing there, I get introduced and I'm looking around and there's like, I got CY, I got, David Ortiz, I got, Corey Hart at the time. And I'm just like, these guys, I can't believe I'm even here. This is unbelievable. So it was such an amazing moment, man. I had such a great time with it. Only got to do it one time, but I'll take it, man. It was definitely an awesome time.
Absolutely. Talking with the great Nick Swisher right here on D-Fish and Decker. Of course, Ben Stevens in for D-Fish today. Swish, you mentioned that whole thing because you're absolutely right. I've only done a AAA home run derby a couple of times, but I will tell you this. That bubble turtle getting pulled out from you is the scariest thing in the world. There's something about it that just ruins your depth perception and you're in the box. You're like, this shouldn't be happening. This is weird. The other thing is, and I've mentioned it, have you hit the magenta balls? Because no one can see them, and I have tried to hit them. They're impossible to see.
Bro, I actually got one and got to bring it home last night, after the event. And I'm looking at the ball because for us in Home Run Derby X, we do ours with orange instead of the magenta. And so it's funny because I'm sitting with all these legends. I'm sitting with Andrew Jones, and I'm sitting with, CeCe, and I'm sitting with, Jay Up and Jason Kendall. And everybody keeps saying, man, I really wish that they wouldn't change the ball, right? Either just change the seams or something, because you saw it, bro. I mean, up until Jordan in the last round and Schwarber, no one was hitting those magenta balls out. They were popping them up, they were flying them off, and you just don't see that happening very often for major league hitters, So it was awesome. I know everybody wants a souvenir, and those balls are probably selling for $1,000 a pop right now. But
I have two of them myself. Yeah, I've never given away.
I got tuition paid for next year. You know what I mean?
My guy.
Did you recover the one that you hit into the left field bleachers at Dodger Stadium in the pre-practice?
Come on, Swish will vouch for this. I hit him too far.
Oh.
I'm not going to walk that far.
Hey, I don't know if you've seen this man as of late, but I don't know if you've seen his show when he shows up at UCLA, bro. I mean, he still lets the boys know he still got it. You know what I mean?
Daddy still rakes. You know it, Swish. You know how we do
Daddy rakes, bro.
Swish, right now, clean shaven. But one of the things that we talked about around the home run derby last night, Jack Paglione, the goatee, the champion, Jordan Walker, the goatee. As a man that, as he was coming up in Major League Baseball, had some of the greatest goatees the sport has ever seen, I ask you for your official word. Is the goatee making a comeback in Major League Baseball?
Hey, by the way, you haven't seen a flush goatee in a minute, right? I mean, I feel like that was kind of something that popped off in the early 2000s and then kind of went away. As of late, we've been seeing the mustache, bro, the caterpillar, you know what I mean? Like the whole nine. But after watching the boys last night, man, hey, we can start a new trend here, y'all. We can get the goatee back.
Let's bring it back.
I mean, cause you know, my boy Cody, bro, he's got a great beard right now. He's manicured that thing to the fullest. It's really taking him a minute. He's even got a little bit of the Italian cut on the side, fading it up the whole nine.
My man.
I did. Hey, man, I watch everything you do, bro. I watch everything you do, dog.
love you, Nick. You know that. You're my guy. Swish, I got to ask you this, man, because Dodgers and Yankees later on in the week. Talk to me. Last time I had you on one of my shows, it was during the World Series when the Yankees need to get that one victory. Where is this team at right now? And obviously with the juxtaposition of what the Dodgers have been doing over in the National League side.
Yeah, I just think that we're limping a little bit right now, right? Got some guys that are banged up. Obviously our big boy's on the shelf right now, Aaron, and obviously you notice the difference when he's in the lineup and when he's not. And, one of the things that, when I was playing, when you take your leading home run hitter, your leader, your run producer, when you take that man out of the lineup, everybody else starts to press a little bit, and everybody else starts to try and do things that they're not used to doing. And because when Aaron Judge is in the lineup, bro, it's almost like you can bank on him hitting a 3-run Johnny in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. You can just count on that. And kind of one of the things that I'm also really kind of focusing on right now is our staff. Our staff is the stronghold for our team right now. Offense hasn't been as good as we would like it to be, but at the end of the day, man, listen, it's the first half of the season. We're still in this. We are very lucky right now that the American League is very even across the board. No team is really kind of stepping out and really, separating themselves from the pack. I think in most people's opinion, they would say that the American League is way lower than where the National League is right now. So I think just in general, for me, just got to get in. Even if you have to limp into the playoffs, get yourself in there. Focus on your staff. Let those boys, do what they do. I mean, think about it. With Cam Schlittler, bro, we got Garrett Cole. Max Fried comes back. We got Anthony Rendon. It's just kind of, Carlos Rodon. It's just one of those things where you're just kind of like, wow, those are 4 horses right there that can absolutely propel you through the playoffs. Because at the end of the day, the pitching is what gets you through the playoffs. If your bats aren't what really does it, if you score yourself 3 or 4 runs during those games, you feel like you really have a good shot. And being able to kind of shore up the back end of our bullpen. Brian Cashman has been doing this for 25 plus years. He knows how to put a bullpen together at the deadline. And that's exactly what I expect him to do. So I think right now with where we are, we're not exactly in the spot we want to be. But once again, we don't have all of our guys right now. A lot of guys have been banged up, haven't been getting production from a couple positions in our lineup. And at the end of the day, man, we got to figure that out. We feel like we have the pieces. We feel like we can go out and get the people that we need to. And at the end of the day, bro, in the American League, it's up for grabs right now.
My man.
Some struggles late in June for the New York Yankees, but winners of 4 straight entering the All-Star break, the sweep in the final weekend of the Washington Nationals. 2 Yankees starting in the American League All-Star lineup tonight, Swish. Want to ask you about the starting first baseman for the AL, Ben Rice. We saw him in the Home Run Derby last night, 29 long balls this year, a coming-out party in the Bronx in 2026. How critical has Ben Rice been for the Pinstripes to stay on track and post 54 wins at the break?
I mean, absolutely fantastic, boys. I mean, at the end of the day, man, I think we found a superstar. I really do. Nice. His hard hit percentage was top 5 in the league last year. I mean, the man just finds a way to barrel balls. And even if you were just watching his home run derby last night, that short, compact swing, and with that slight uppercut swing that he has, Yankee Stadium, baby, that plays right into his hands. So I think we are in a money spot with him. I can't wait till Aaron gets himself healthy enough to come back to have that 3-4 or 2-3 combo, righty-lefty, just because as a pitcher, man, you can't get away from those guys. You can't bring in one to face the other because one's going to do more damage from one side than the other. And so I think we are in a great spot right now. I could not be more proud of Ben. And not only that, bro, what a personality, bro. Fluent Spanish, bro. Ben Arroz. Like, he's just such a he's so smart. He just knows exactly what he's doing, man. The way he's handled himself ever since coming up to the big leagues for us has been all pro. He has been such a professional, and we are so blessed to have him on our team, man. Not only that, to be able to have somebody that your organization developed, right? We got Aaron Judge. We got Ben Rice. Like, we created those guys. Like, we built those guys up. And that is such a good feeling to have. Because at the end of the day, man, us as the New York Yankees, we can go out and we can pay for anybody. We have that money. But there is an internal satisfaction with knowing that the guys that you brought up your system are the ones that you feel good about and are taking the field for your team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, talking with World Series legend and, of course, Yankee and former All-Star, the one and only Nick Swisher. Swish, last night, that place was loud, very loud. And that park is the only baseball ballpark that's ever registered on the Richter scale. You, Nick Swisher, what's the loudest ballpark or moment you've ever been a part of?
Bro, no doubt easy. Very simple. I got 2 spots for y'all. 2006, we were playing in Minnesota in the Metrodome. And in the playoffs, that was the old school. I just remember they got rocking and rolling about the 7th or 8th inning. And all of a sudden, bro, it was so loud in that building. That was back when I had my greasy long hair. And all of a sudden, bro, you remember? You remember? All of a sudden, my hair started shaking. I remember trying to yell and scream to hear myself, and I couldn't hear it. So I would definitely say the Metrodome back in the day. And, bro, I cannot forget Game 6 in the Bronx, Yankee Stadium, bro. Ground ball to Cano, over to Mark Teixeira, 27-time World Series champs, bro. That place absolutely exploded, dude. It was unbelievable. So those would be the two stadiums for sure, no doubt. But once again, man, here in Philly, you know the Philly fans here, man. They show up for their guys. They boo everybody other than the people that they love. And so I think just in general, man, it was awesome to be here last night. It was really, really cool to be able to see that home run derby, especially here, man, because I have great memories of this ballpark because everybody in Philly remembers what happened back in '09. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go. Let them know. You gotta let them know, baby.
He walked outside for that one.
He wanted the Philly people to hear that one.
To hear.
I want everybody out here to hear this. You know what I'm saying? I want everybody out here in the streets to hear this. You know what I mean? I want them to hear it.
He is the legendary Nick Swisher. You got to check him out. And, of course, when he's doing his appearance on Yes Network and, of course, everywhere else and in between. Home Run Derby X, your work with the Yankees.
Yeah, baby.
Frankly, let's be real clear. Swish, you're just a life legend, my guy. And thank you for joining us today. And real quick, before I let you go, my guy, who do you got tonight? NL or AL?
Oh, you know me, baby. I'm an AL for life, bro. Absolutely.
Literally an AL.
You would be.
You know I am, bro. Hey, man. Hey, we never needed a DH. Y'all over the National League needed one there for a minute. You know what I mean? Now y'all needed to provide a little offense.
Listen,
we never, ever.
I didn't choose the Padres. They chose me. It was an arranged marriage. You know that? God.
I do. Yo, but see, I want to give you a little love real quick, homie, before we jump off here, bro. I'm so proud of you, my man. You are doing an absolute amazing job, bro. You have turned yourself into something that we all knew you could be, bro. I love you like a brother, bro. Thank you so much for having me on today, man. And keep kicking ass, brother. I'm so proud of you, baby.
Dude, Swish, you're my man. Love you to death, and I can't wait to have you back on anytime you want. You're the greatest. Love you. Enjoy Philly. Let those Philly fans know who you are. And
you know what, baby? Hey, that's right. I'm going to let them know about '09. I might wear my ring tonight. I'm not quite sure. I might let them know.
Baby, let them know. Nick Swisher, my man.
See you guys.
Guys, that is the great Nick Swisher. We love him to death. The best. We're going to take our last break of the day. And wait, maybe we'll play a little final out to end it out right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we just had Nick Swisher on. If you missed that interview, go back on the Odyssey app and check it out. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. And, dude, there's just something about Nick Swisher in the streets of Philadelphia announcing loudly, oh, and my favorite was when I beat the Phillies in the World Series in 2009. Just announcing to the crowd in Philly. I love it.
He literally walked outside to do just that. Walked outside of whatever office building he was in to yell loudly. And then he said he might wear the 2009 World Series ring to the park tonight.
He has to.
Just be very careful, Nick Swisher.
He has to.
Although I would take Swish against basically anybody.
Yeah.
That electricity, that energy that he brought for a segment before, well, I guess it's almost 1 p.m. Eastern over there. Yeah. But, the energy off the jump.
We had a great off-season crew every offseason. So the crew was always me, Swisher, Cutter Dykstra, Lenny's son.
Oh.
And it was a smattering of different guys. Like Matt Kemp would be a part of it sometimes. I mentioned Bonds would be a part of it other times. Dexter Fowler would come in a lot. Xavier Scruggs would come in every once in a while. We had just a really good crew that would train every single offseason. But the mainstays were me, Swish, and Cutter. We trained together every offseason for about 7 years. And I remember my last 3 years, Swish had retired and Cutter had retired, and I was just by myself hitting in the cage, lonely. This old, sad man, all that was left of the group. And then the kids would come in after me, and I'm like, oh, look at all these 23-year-olds. I'm getting called Pops in my clubhouse at 32. What a nightmare that was. But, yeah, Nick Swisher, one of the all-time greats. If you missed the interview, you got to go back and check it out. Also, if you also missed our interview earlier today with Russ Dorsey, make sure you check that out as well. Touched on a little bit of CBA, but the All-Star game and everything Dodgers. And, of course, dude, I'm excited for tonight.
For sure.
If there's one thing last night's home run derby did, it just basically whetted the palate for what more to come. Because if it's even half of what we got last night, I'll be a happy man.
And we have so much time spent around whatever various sport talking about all-star formats and all-star games and should we do this in the NBA and the Pro Bowl games are absolutely ridiculous and all that stuff. The one great all-star event, I think all-star week, is the home run derby. Yeah, we can tweak the format ever so slightly in the all-star game. I love the All-Star game. I still love the All-Star game. I love that it does not decide home field advantage now in the World Series because that was kind of crazy. But the All-Star game, to see this exhibition where the guys still somewhat care and they are going to give you their best because they're not in it for the long haul and they know that, hey, we're playing baseball, we're trying to put on a show. I will always love the All-Star game in the Midsummer Classic, so I'm very excited for tonight.
And I'm very excited to see Mike Trout in the All-Star game today.
Be cool.
You know why I'm excited to see Mike Trout in the All-Star game? Because we get to see Mike Trout play in the stadium that should be his home stadium. Let's see what Mike Trout has to say about rejoining the city of Philly for tonight's All-Star game.
It means a lot. Like I said from the beginning, this was circled on the list to try to get here, and it's an honor to be here, and you can't take any of this for granted. I'm honored to put the jersey on every single day and to be able to represent the American League and the Angels. It's been awesome.
Yep, I bet it has been awesome. It would be more awesome if he stayed in Philly and continued playing for the Philadelphia Phillies.
Stop it.
Or wear any uniform that didn't have an A on his forehead. Literally any of them. I would love it if he was not a Brave, an Angel, or an Athletic.
Yeah. Listen, it's been in the cards for so long that ahead of some Major League Baseball trade deadline, Mike Trout is going to be dealt to Philadelphia. Could this finally be the one, Cody Decker?
Probably
I don't necessarily know.
Probably
but
not.
It would be. I mean, listen, the Phils are a dangerous team. They're going to be a playoff team in the National League. If they added Mike Trout, that would only be a benefit. I wonder if he's at the Link right now, at Lincoln Financial Field, just sitting where he normally sits for his season tickets and getting ready for Eagles football. He's just basking in this moment and being in the city of brotherly love.
He's so ready for that.
Yeah,
and then he's going to go over to his golf course across the street and get ready for that as well.
Yeah.
Please, Mike, I'd like to play at your golf course, please. Just your old friend Cody. I will give you that MVP award that I should not have won over you.
Do you think he wants the 2009 Arizona League MVP?
I like to think he thinks about it often.
Yeah. He does.
He does. It's the one that got away.
You could be. It's the motivational tool that Mike Trout uses.
Oh,
to
no.
reach his 12
Make no
All-Star
mistake.
game.
I am the motivator.
Yeah.
Mike Trout lost one MVP trophy in rookie ball and then didn't lose one again for 10 years.
He's putting on the jersey.
For 3 months, I was the greatest player alive.
Yeah.
Why? Because I was better than Mike Trout for those 3 months. Then he was the greatest player of all time.
You take that to your grave.
Yeah, I'm going to, which is probably vastly approaching. Let's bring in Peyton and play a quick little game of the final out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
All right, guys. Well, ESPN, they just released their list of the top 10 NFL quarterbacks. All right. We like this list. Good. Ranked by coaches, executives, and scouts, of course.
So Jalen Hurts not on it.
No.
Well, what are we doing?
We'll find out. I'm thinking out loud. Don't worry. I wasn't a guess.
But that's why Eagles fans are crazy, because they hate him, and then when he's not in the top 10, they freak out.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So who shall we start with today?
I'll go ahead and start.
All right, go ahead.
I'll go with an obvious pick. I'll start with the reigning MVP in Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford is on the list. He's at number 3.
Number 3 is criminals.
Number 3 is off the board.
I will go with the MVP before Matthew Stafford. That would be Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is number 1 on the list. So we go with Josh Allen now. Number 1 off the board, Cody. 3 and 1 are gone.
I'm going to go with the one that should have been the MVP over Josh Allen that year, Mr. Lamar Jackson.
Lamarvelous Jackson is number 5, yes.
Number 5?
Yes, he
is.
is.
This list is nonsense.
So I'm going to go with the guy that should be number 1 until he no longer plays the sport of football, and that would be Patrick Mahomes.
Love it. Okay, Patrick Mahomes is number 2. Cody.
Who's 4?
God, who is 4? Okay.
I've got an idea.
Okay, I feel like I'm really playing with fire on this one just because his name does draw certain ires. But you can't deny that he's been a perennial MVP candidate the last couple of years, and he does play for good old Jared talking to Lamb Man. I have to assume our guy Dak Prescott is in the top 10.
Ooh. He definitely is, sir. He's number 6.
Thank God, Landman.
We got a lot of Jerry Jones impersonations.
Shout out TCU on Landman, by the way.
Oh,
look at you.
Frogs
always getting your frogs up.
Frogs
in there.
up.
Look at you.
I saw Jamie Dixon the other day.
No way.
Yeah.
Jamie Dixon from here, Notre Dame guy.
Hey, man.
There you go. Beautiful hair. Look back.
Ben, go ahead.
Number 4, I'm assuming then, is Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow is correct at number 4.
Do I
Cody,
get a bonus point?
We got, counting the number. That's pretty good.
I will tell you, I'm not excited to say this next name because he's got to be in the top 10, but it's only because everyone tells me he's the best thrower of the football that exists, and then January happens. Justin Herbert.
Correct.
Okay.
Justin Herbert.
Watch out for that toxic fan base. They might come after you.
All 12 of them. All those toxic 12 after my ass.
Now we're getting
toxic 12.
Now we're getting dicey. 8 through 10.
This is where the struggle happens.
Oof.
All right, so we're 8 to 10.
I'm going to take a shot on a man that plays in Motown, Jared Goff.
Jared Goff is on the list. He's number 9. Numbers 8 and 10 remain. Cody is at bat.
He won the Super Bowl, and he's got back-to-back 14-win seasons. Sam Darnold's got to be on the list.
Sam Darnold is not on the list.
What is this list? What is
Unbelievable.
This list? 2 years in a row with 14 wins.
How the times have changed for Sam Darnold.
It's not on
Who would have
the
ever
list.
thought 3 years ago Sam Darnold, we'd be getting mad that Sam Darnold's not top 10.
But I'm right.
Of course, we're guessing that ESPN just released a list of top 10 NFL quarterbacks. This is ranked by coaches, executives, and scouts.
No love for
Cody
Sammy
mentioned
D.
Sam Darnold.
That is
Sam Darnold not on the list.
If Drake May is on this list, I'm going to lose it.
Oh, okay.
Drake May comes in at number 8. Drake May at number 8.
This is the most flawed list I've ever seen in my life. This is the worst list ever.
And who's number 10? It is Caleb Williams of the Chicago Bears.
I would have actually. I probably should have gone with that one.
Yeah.
Right, that's a good.
I
choice.
think even Caleb being top 10 is wild.
But my God, no love for Sam.
Where
Darnold.
is Sam?
2
12?
Super Bowls.
13?
Sam, shoot. The list only goes up to 10. I don't know.
Oh,
Dude,
geez.
two
I thought they ranked them all.
14-win seasons in 2 different cities and the Super Bowl. Not even to name top 10.
But, hey, first, let's just give Ben his flowers. Congrats for coming on the show.
Ben, great job today. Sitting in for the great D-Fish. Absolutely wonderful having you.
Thank you.
Truly, it's been a great time talking all types of shop with you, especially talking the baseball talk with you. Breaking down our list of all-time Dodger All-Stars.
Never forget Todd Zeal, man.
Todd Zeal, baby.
That's what I'm going to take
Justice
from today,
for Todd Zeal. That is the point of today's show, that we remember how great Todd Zeal was. And guys, you don't want to go anywhere because Brock and Alex are next right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And of course, you don't want to go anywhere from that. You want to stick around. And of course, we'll be back live here tomorrow morning for more D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Until then, enjoy sports. We'll see ya.
What is up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation as well, so get in the chat if you're watching the live stream at The Fan LA. You can also call us anytime throughout the show at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Brock, what a home run derby we got last night.
That was a special moment. That was special.
Just everything, but like, it was just incredible in every way. Like the new reimagined old school format where we actually got to watch the balls leave the ballpark. Like the last year it was... It felt like your brain was like glitching because they were just trying to get as many in that time slot. And